Test, test, test. Yeah, it's on.
It's on? Testing, testing, testing.
Testing, testing. That's theirs. Hey, Mike. Okay.
Green, that means it's working.
Test, test. Test, test. That usually works. Okay, good evening. Good evening. We're going to go ahead and get started here. Good evening and welcome to the 2019 Coral Springs High School Baseball Hall of Fame induction ceremony. First, let me start off by thanking a few people that helped me get here where we are today. First and foremost, for the past 23 years, my wife, Sam. My two children, my daughter, Logan, and my son, Tyler. Those of you that are coaches or have coached in the past know how much time it takes to do what we do and how much time you spend away from your family. And I've had the support of my wife for the last 23 years to come home orange and sweaty and smelly. And I appreciate everything, and thank you, Sam. Also, I'd like to thank my coaching staff. Some of them couldn't be here this evening. Coach Simluka, Coach Coten here tonight. Some guys that couldn't make it. Chris, Logan, Colby, Kyle, and Jimmy. And I'd also like to thank Gary, Bobshover, and Anthony Uteriello for helping out putting this event on. This has been a long time coming, and without the help and support of the two of them getting and reaching out to a bunch of you, this wouldn't have been possible. So to the both of you, Gary, Anthony, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, so for those of you that don't know me, I'm Coach Fetterman. I'm a Creed guy, unfortunately, sorry. We do have that history and rivalry, but that's all water under the bridge now. This is my 23rd year coaching. I started out at Creek. I went to Terravella, the other school. I was at Deerfield, and I've been here now for the last 19 years, all in part due to Coach Bellis. Called me back in 2000 and asked me if I would like to come on over and help him out, and I said yes, and I've been here ever since. I transferred over from my other teaching job to Coral Springs 13 years ago, so I am in the school every day, and I love it. So, again, thank you for all those people that have helped me get to where I am today. Thanks, Frank. When I first took over, I had a few ideas, and the first idea was to retire jerseys. After the first year, I realized that there weren't enough jerseys and numbers to go around to retire everybody. So those that I missed, I apologize. But it's taken us a couple years. Coach Simaluka and myself have been brainstorming over the past couple years. I've spoken with some other coaches around the county, friends of mine in attendance tonight, Todd, Elliot, a couple others, Brian, just to pick brains and see where people were and how they did things at different places. And it took a little bit of time, but we were able to come up with this idea of having a Hall of Fame. I reached out to Gary. I also reached out to Anthony just to gauge and get an idea and a feel for what the alumni would think about it. And immediately Anthony got back to me and Gary with the responses that everybody was all in for it. So they took care of the nominations and all of that to get to where we are today. So once again, Anthony and Gary, thank you for helping out and getting us to this point. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get into eating here in a minute, but we have a nice little weekend planned for the alumni here. Tonight we have the induction ceremony. Tomorrow there's going to be an alumni game at the field, I believe 2 o'clock. We'll be there all day anyways, but it's softball, so some of you don't wind up getting too injured. We do have Gary. Gary can service anybody if needed at a fee, but we'll be there tomorrow, and we also have a golf tournament planned on Sunday. If anybody's interested in that, they can see me later on, and I have the details on that. So we have a nice little weekend plan, and we plan on doing this from year in and year out. So we hope to see the same faces, but we'd like to see some new faces in the years to come as well. So with that being said, the food is ready to be served. If we start table by table from this end of the room and work our way over, we will probably be about 35, 45 minutes roughly, and then we're going to get into the inductions. So once again, congratulations to all of you that are being inducted this evening. It's nice to see some old faces, some familiar faces, and some new faces. So congratulations, and go ahead and have some food. You out of here? How's that? Is that okay? Is it in the, am I in the way of it, or?
So here, let's talk off of the.
Okay.
I want to figure out a way to get people to talk into it. What's happening is you're talking into. That's kind of what I'm going for.
Would be good if we could just tape them together.
That would be awesome.
Because some people are going to move this up and down. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and get started here. If you could take it down just a little bit so we can get started with the inductees. Please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame 2019 inductee Don Wick on behalf. Okay. Speaking on behalf of Coach Wick will be Gary Bobshover, Jeff Hirsch, and Lloyd Basso.
Hello, everyone. We're part of the original 1980-81 Coral Springs High School. The school was built my freshman year. I was the first class. Coach Wick was our coach, and I believe he coached till 1985. And unfortunately, I don't know if you guys won districts, did you? No. We never won districts. However, he's still going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. But he was a great coach. Where is he? Oh, he had to go to the bathroom. There he is. Say something. Congratulations, Coach.
Thank you. I was just a young guy. Got an opportunity to coach at a beautiful place, Coral Springs High School. And I don't even know how I got the job, but Paul Prophet gave me the job and I said, well, if I don't win in 3 or 4 years, fire me. And, we had some great guys like these guys here that had talent. And you're looking at 2 of the best center fielders that ever played at Coral Springs High School, Lloyd Basso and the gentleman down there, Louis Brinson, that plays for the Marlins. Lloyd never made an error in his whole career at the high school. Jeff was an outstanding pitcher, as well as Gary. They both all went on and played college baseball. Of course, Jeff went on and played professional baseball. But it was a unique group of young men who were dedicated was a strange word for them, but they understood the thing is that we didn't have to really like Coach Wick. We really never loved him, but we damn well respected him. And that's pretty much the way things went because I was ex-military. And, they had to cut their hair, but they were all hard-working young men, and they were dedicated. They played hard. These 3 guys right here played on the best team that I ever coached at Coral Springs High School. Unfortunately, we didn't win the districts like we should have. We got upset by Jeff Hirsch's best friend, Jack Trainer, from Fort Lauderdale High School. But anyway, it's a great honor. I hope we continue this forever and ever and ever because it's a great tribute to the young men who dedicate themselves to playing the greatest game in the world, and that's baseball. Thank you very much.
Okay, next inductee, please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame 2019 inductee, Dave Vizzi. And presenting for Dave Vizzi is Dave Taylor.
There's not too many people in this room that I haven't coached, played with in college or high school, played for. But Dave Vizzi and I go way back. He was my closest friend growing up. We did everything together. Quick little story. Dave thought he got cut from the team. And I had to go tell him. I had to get him out of class or something. And I gave him my cleats for practice that day. He didn't think he made the team. He ended up being all everything when he was in high school. And one of my best friends of all time. We're still really close. We talk often, even though he doesn't live close anymore. And I taught him a slider. I think it was my senior year, your junior year. And it was lights out. Couldn't hit it. It was untouchable. And Dave was the guy. He had your back no matter what. We had some stories this morning at breakfast. He bailed me out of more than a few jams. He was the ultimate friend, the ultimate teammate. He had our backs always. And the years I played with Dave, we were all kind of one for all and all for one. That whole team was best friends, all day, every day. And I just wanted to share my feelings about Dave. But the guy who really should be presenting this to Dave should be his son, Gino. Come on up, Gino. Gino Vizzi. Gino was diagnosed some years ago with a rare form of cancer, and he started his own foundation. A kid. Well, he's a man now, but as a kid, he started his own foundation, and it's going strong. And I know Dave and Gino are very close, and they work together in getting this foundation off the ground, and they do a lot for kids with cancer in the Georgia area. And so I want to turn over the presentation part of it to Gino.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. On behalf of me, I just want to say real quick, all the people that knew my dad in high school, I'm just going to apologize now. But I'm just kidding. No, but all you guys that do know him, you know him as the baseball player and a friend, but he is my father, and this is a man that's done everything for my family. He, growing up, he's been there, my support every day through everything I've been through. When I was diagnosed in 16, and even I played baseball myself, and he was never not at one of my games. He was at every one of my game, no matter what it was. If he had work, he would make sure he took off to be there for me. And any day I would want to go hit, like, Dad, I got to go hit. I want to go hit. I want to go hit. Like, I can't, I'm at work, and they'll find a time just to be out there with me and throw to me and pitch to me so I could practice. And talking about, and going back to the foundation, I started a foundation when I was diagnosed at 16. And my dad, he was a big, big part of this. When I was sick and going through my really hardcore treatments, he was the one getting this foundation started. And he had kind of like a background of nonprofits and stuff like that. So he was able to kind of, help out with that and really get the ball rolling with that. And I appreciate him for everything he's done. For our family, providing for us every single day. I appreciate you every single day. And everybody in this room should be very happy they know you. And I love you, Dad. Thank you.
Real quick, it's kind of tough following something like that. First off, I want to thank, anybody that I played with. Baseball has done a lot for me as a man. If it wasn't for baseball, I wouldn't be able to instill so many things into this great young man behind me. Dave Taylor was the guy that kind of helped me out, like you said, gave me his cleats so I can get out there. I remember at the time, Coach said, if you don't have cleats or spikes, don't bother coming out the next day. So I thought I got cut, and I didn't want to bother my parents for spikes. So Dave lent me his cleats, and from that point on, Dave and I became best friends. And like he said, I remember many moments that we had where you see your friendship challenged. But one of the things that it instilled in me is to be the best man, father, brother, husband that I could be. Got a wonderful wife, Tony Ann. Went to high school together, never dated in high school. After I got out of college, we met, and 27 years later, she put up with me still. And people that know me, and Nicole probably knows better than anybody, yeah, you over to clap and go, yeah, good for her. But most importantly, my family, my son, my daughter, my family, all that came out to support. Coral Springs has a huge part of what we do today to help children battling cancer, because baseball is what we do. We do home run derbies. We do so many different things to raise money for these other children. My son is one of the most unselfish people I've ever met in my life. When I was 16, I was thinking about girls and everything else that I could possibly be doing. this kid was diagnosed with an incurable cancer and decided to help other people. That's big. Nobody in this room ever had to deal with that, thank God. But I was lucky enough to be able to instill in him to be the person you're supposed to be today, is putting others in front of yourself. And it's incredible. And if the guys know me from high school, people are like, Vizzi saying this? Right? But at the end of the day, you know, there's so many special people. My parents aren't here to share it, but I have two sets of parents that I thank God that they're here. Mr. and Mrs. Taylor, you guys were like other parents to me. I love you guys. Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Steinberg, again, like a second dad, a second mom. It's just wonderful to be able to be around so many great people. It's a shame it's 30 years later. Rick Taylor, Dave's older brother, was always there to beat us down and make us the men that we are today. Take all of our money playing cards, whatever it took. Right, Rick? I appreciate that. But most of all, I want to thank everybody for letting me be part of this. It means so much to me, not just the award, but allowing my family to be a part of something so special. And again, thank you so much.
Okay, next inductee, please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame, 2019 inductee, Greg Bloomer. Speaking on Greg Bloomer's behalf, a friend, a foe, a rival, Coach Todd Fitzgerald.
All right, good evening. For those of you that don't know, I am the guy that's in charge at Douglas. So don't hold that against me. But first of all, I'd like to thank Gary. I'd like to thank Anthony, man, for putting this thing on tonight. I think it's phenomenal for what you guys have decided to do for these guys and give them the recognition that, you know, they truly deserve. As I look out here in the crowd tonight, I see a lot of guys that I grew up with, playing against, playing with, guys that I've coached with, had the opportunity to coach their kids. Jack Steinberg, I've coached all three of their boys. I got the opportunity to coach Gino, my very dearest friend. Bloomer. Damn, this shit. I'm usually pretty good. And had his son come stay with me one summer, and got a chance to give him some things that have instilled into him in his baseball career. And my good friend Charlie and DT, who's my right hand man, and who I love dearly, and I miss. And got your ring, though. Coach Bonner, who's coached everybody in the room. So I can only be a little bit a part of that. Baseball is such a great fraternity, man, and you always keep your circle close. I want to congratulate all you guys tonight, man. It's truly a great honor, something that you will always have for the rest of your life. When I was asked by Greg, called me on the phone and said, will you present me? I said, absolutely. He's one of my closest, truest friends I've ever had, along with guys like DT, Jack, Charlie. Growing up together as childhood friends, I was always the whipping boy. I was always the baby, so they always used to abuse me. But I think it made me the person that I am today. As a Hall of Famer myself, I was inducted in my college Hall of Fame 2 years ago. So this is truly a special honor, and I want to make sure that everyone knows the kind of ball player that Greg was. A tremendous athlete. Could do anything with the ball, whether it was golf, basketball, bowl. As a youngster, I always wanted to be as good as him. And man, we competed our asses off. Me, DT, Greg, Vizzi, all them guys, man, we went after it all the time. Now, it was just a great learning experience for me, and really taught me how to compete and be that kind of guy. Like, you never want to lose. I don't care if we're playing checkers or if we were playing something. Then Greg was playing his mom in checkers. He's going to beat her. So, that's the kind of person we were. He, meaning Greg, was to this day, and I've been coaching high school baseball 25 years, he is probably the best third baseman I've ever seen play the game. He's, whether it's played with, coached with, had in my programs, coach kids, he is the best, without a doubt. Defensively, the best guy I've ever seen play the position. I learned at a young age, how it was to compete. And we used to have a nickname for him. We call him Brooks Robinson. Man, if you're a pitcher and you had to get out of an inning, you want the ball hit to him because he's going to make the play. I don't have a lot of stats on him. I do know that his fielding percentage is probably off the roof. I don't know if I've ever seen him make a physical error, maybe a mental one, but not a physical one. He's got a lot of mental issues. But I do believe at one time he was the single season doubles record before my good friend Jack Steinberg broke that record. He played in the Big League World Series, started every game, finished second 3 times, 86, 87, 88. I told him to come coach with me and he'd get one of these. He'd finish first. We've done that a couple times. He's played in the big league. It was a Broward County All-Star, All-County guy, won the Gold Glove Award in 86 and had several scholarships out of high school, but decided not to go play college baseball. Greg was always about the money, and he wanted to start his life and go make money. His brother was an All-American at Cumberland College, and as a senior batted .460, and he didn't think he was going to be a drafted guy, so he said, hell with that, I'm not going to school. Hey, hello. I'm going to make some money. So that's what he did. He has a son, Gregory, who he has coached and won two state titles with in Georgia. Gregory's still active in Hello. He's still active in baseball and is an umpire in Georgia and very good. And he's the guy that goes out there and coaches and teaches the game to young coaches who want to be great coaches, right? So he's always giving back to the young guys who want to be successful in the game of baseball. So he's really good at that and very passionate in what he does. Like I say, the greatest joy in his life is when his son Greg was born. Being able to coach him as a dad, and I've had my son play for me as well. And being able to coach your kid and watch him grow and develop over the years and have the love for the game that you did, says that you're a good parent. And you always want to give your child the best opportunity to be successful in life. And I think he's done that with his wife Joyce, who they've been married for 23 years, and she's the one that runs the ship. Don't get me wrong. So she takes care of everything. But without her, he wouldn't be able to do what he was able to do in high school. He's truly a great friend of mine, one of my closest friends of all time, even though he lives in Georgia, but we talk on a daily basis, and I love him to death. He's the big brother I never had. And at this time, I'd like to present to you Gregory Allen Bloomer, class is 87. Speech was 3 minutes and 33 seconds. Fetterman just told me I was 3:30, so I got 33 seconds. So, with that being said, just want to let you know, Mike's a very good friend of mine, and he's a rival at Coral Springs High School. And I remember, and I had this in my speech, and I want to recognize this. My first year I came to Douglas School, I came from American Heritage. We just won a national championship in 2008 and 2012. And I went to the public school, I was in the private school sector, and I said, well, I have. He gets all the guys and everything. And I said, well, hell, we're going to go to Douglas and we're going to do this stuff. So my first year there, But hey, I'm proud of you guys, man. This is a great thing for you, all you players. LB, Sharkey, Kerr, Gino, all you guys. Vizzi, man, this is unbelievable. You don't understand what it's like to be a Hall of Famer. It's something you can take for the rest of your life. Baseball is a great fraternity. Brian Luker, who's a good friend of mine, coach at Nova High School, going to be the head coach. So I'm going to get some of him next year. But it's a great fraternity, man. You keep your friends close and the enemies closer. But I love all you guys, man. I'm here for you. Anything you ever need, man. LB was great for us when we went down there last year, played at Marlin Stadium. He brought us in the clubhouse, showed us around, man. This guy's the big leaguer, major leaguer. And treated us like we were one of his own, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys, and thank you. Let's have a great
Woo. Wow. That's hard to follow. Thank you, Todd. No, you're fine. Wow, that was great. What a great night this is going to be. First, I would like to thank Anthony and Gary for putting this on, getting all these great athletes together. It's truly an honor. I want to give special thanks to my mom. She molded me into the person I am today. Love you. I want to thank my wife. She's the glue that holds it all together. She has been my sub since day one. She supports me in everything I do. I love you, babe. I want to thank my brother, Eddie, for always being my role model and someone who I always looked up to. I always remember growing up that I always wanted to play with the older guys his age. He wasn't too thrilled about it. But my dad always said, he goes, if he wants to play with the big boys, treat him like a big boy. I hated football season. But my confidence growing up made me the player I am today, and I always thought I could compete with anybody. I want to thank Coach Wick. Special thanks for picking me as a freshman, believing in me, and giving me a chance to, at such a young age, to play varsity baseball. Me and DT, I think we were the first two freshmen ever get picked, play varsity baseball, and Bill Taylor for picking me when I was 13 years old. He picked me. I was first round pick, and didn't know nobody. But as soon as I met DT, I was popular. I knew everybody in school then. It was great. Barbara, slept over at the house plenty of times. I loved those breakfasts. She was great. And Rick, yeah, he gave me a couple headaches too. He beat us. He beat us pretty good. He made us grow up quick. Outside of baseball, getting married, my greatest joy in life was my son, Greg. Gregory. Being able to teach him I love I love it so much, and being able to pass it along, and it was so rewarding as a dad to watch him grow into the player and person he is today. Love you, buddy. This is truly a special night. I am so thankful being considered for this great award and becoming a member of Coral Springs High School Hall of Fame Club. Before I leave, I want to share one of my most favorite moments. My senior year, we were playing Uteriello at Uteriello. Standing room only. And we absolutely wore them out. We put up 16 runs, had 20-plus hits. I remember Tommy Cosilla hitting one. They didn't have a fence in right field, and he hit one into the. We lost the right fielder. He was chasing the ball, and I mean it was a bomb. But we put mercy rule on them. 5 innings, 16-1. DT was on the mound. I can go on, but I want to end with this. Baseball is such a great fraternity, and you play with guys for 4 years in high school, and you guys develop together a bond, a friendship that lasts forever. I want to congratulate all the guys here tonight. It is truly an honor and a special night. Baseball teaches you life. It teaches you everything you need in order to be a successful person. Thanks again. Appreciate it.
Okay, please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame 2019 inductee, Gary Bobshover, speaking on his behalf, Coach Wick.
Most of the guys saw me tonight, didn't recognize me because I didn't have my hat on. No one ever saw me without a hat. This is the hat that the last day I coached at Coral Springs High School. I still have it. So anyway, it's a memento. You know, I was very fortunate because, like I spoke earlier, we had some unique guys and some great talent. And I know a friend of mine one time said, you're a hell of a coach. I said, no, I'm not. I said, I'm a great motivator of young people. I ask these kids to do something, and they'll do it. And that's what it's all about. Anyway, this young man, Gary Bobshover, was a lanky little skinny kid that came to the high school and came out for baseball. And he had some talent, you know, and he needed a little work. So we got him to work, and he was with a great group of guys. He was with Jeff Hirsch, who you saw earlier. He was with Ron Vera, who's unfortunately not here. Ronnie is very, very sick. He's a captain for Delta Airlines, so he didn't get to make it in. But anyway, Gary was an excellent high school pitcher. He did a great job for us, and we had guys like Jeff. We had guys like him. We had guys like Ben Spitali, and we had some good kids. We were very fortunate to have excellent pitching and great catching and great defense. And we could hit a little bit. But with Gary, he did a fine, outstanding job for us. And unfortunately, we didn't win the district that year, and it was a sad case because we had good players and we had a good team. And we blamed it on the coach. That was the problem. So anyhow, Gary went on and went and pitched at BCC, hurt his arm, had surgery, and we thought pretty much that was it. But we made a phone call to Florida, and Florida asked him to come up, and his arm was better. And so he ended up pitching in Florida for a couple years on a baseball scholarship, got his education, and his finest moment at Florida was pitching in the SEC semifinal championship game. And I'll let Gary tell you the results of that. But anyhow, after baseball, Gary finished his degree at Florida in microbiology, and he went on to set up a very successful chiropractic business in Coral Springs after he got his DC. And anyway, he's been an outstanding contributor to the Coral Springs High School athletic program, not only as a parent, but also as a physician. And of course, the fact is that his mainstay was in football and baseball. So I present you with Gary Bobshover. My pleasure.
Thank you, everybody. Glad everybody's here. Thank you to my family and some of my closest friends in the world, my brother, Jeff Hirsch, Lloyd, Basso, and everybody else. But this is amazing what Anthony put on. We try to gather up as many guys from the beginning of time as possible. And we got other schools in the county that are a little bit ahead of us financially and with their programs. So we're here to have fun tonight, but this is not going to be a one-and-done thing. So as time goes on, Anthony and me, we're going to put something together where we could form a little alumni association, maybe charge a little bit of money every year for everybody, get a hat and something so we could raise money for the club. As everybody knows, these clubs aren't just about the coaches and the players. We got to raise money for facilities, dugouts, equipment, and everything. And this stuff can't be done just by hoping it happens. It's got to be raised by former players. So we got to step it up and do it. And it doesn't have to be a lot. If we get a lot of people to give a little, that's enough. And that's what we need to do. And Anthony and me are going to put together a program. I am so grateful about this and gracious to be even in this room and with my family, my daughter, my parents, my brother, my wife, and Jeff Hirsch and Lloyd. And the best thing about what I did at Coral Springs High School is the internet wasn't invented, so nobody here knows really what I did in high school and college. Have a great night. I'm going to keep it short. God bless.
I'm just going to say one thing about Gary. From my standpoint, Gary's always been there for us since I've been there. We're able to send our athletes to him anytime they're injured. He's a phone call away, and honestly, he goes in there 7 days a week if it needed. He comes out, he does our physicals at our school for all of our athletes, not just for baseball, but for all the athletes. And he's now become our team physician for the school. So again, from me, my staff, and our school, Gary, thank you and congratulations. Okay, please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame 2019 inductee would be Brinson. I'm going to go ahead and speak on his behalf. I was fortunate enough to be there when he was there. Don't take any credit for anything that he's done. He was gifted with a world and wealth of talent. He just was able to tap into it and become what he is today. He came in as a skinny, tall freshman. Thought he was a shortstop, thought he could pitch, but that was quickly nixed, and we found out that he could roam the outfield from literally foul pole to foul pole. And I believe it was against Todd, where there was a ball that was definitely going to be in play, and out of nowhere, Coach Coton still talks about it today, that he runs like a gazelle in the outfield and covers ground like nobody else, and it looks so effortlessly. I was fortunate to go to BCC my first year. I transferred to West Virginia Wesleyan and finished my college career there. But my coach at BCC used to be Bobby Hecht, and some of you guys know him from back in the day. He was a scout with the Oakland Athletics. He was a scout with the Houston Astros at the time. LB was a senior. I contacted him. He came out. He spoke to him a little bit. He was having a little bit of a slump to begin the season because of all the pressure and all the scouts that were out there. And unfortunately, they decided to draft Correa instead, but needless to say, LB was selected in the first round by the Texas Rangers. He's now currently with the Florida Marlins. He has a list of statistics. I can go on and on. Career home runs, career RBIs, runs scored, RBIs in a single game. He is not about himself. And sometimes we see professional athletes all about themselves, but he is one of the most humble guys I know. I never bother him during the season. I'll shoot him a text from time to time, late after a game's over. He responds back immediately. He's been great for my son. He's been great to my daughter, my wife. He comes from a very, very wonderful mother. Raised him well. And it's just been my honor just to be around him, be around you, watch you during your career. And he's still the same humble guy. We were fortunate to be able to play Todd 2 years ago down at Marlins Park. They put on everything for us. They were just getting ready to ship out to go to Philadelphia for a series out there. And Marlins, including LB, took time out not only just for our team, but also for Todd's team to sit and talk with each and every player just before they departed on their trip. He comes back every year in the beginning of the year to work out a little bit, take some ground balls, some fly balls. Never does he hit on the field. I always ask, but he says no. He just likes to work on his defense. But besides all of his accomplishments, I'm most proud of this, not young man, but now grown man, that he stayed humble and true to himself. So welcoming Louis Brinson to the Hall of Fame.
Well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I didn't really write a speech, but there's a lot of people I have to thank. First, Coach Fetterman, Coach Samaluka, Coach Bellis for put me on the 8th grade team with Alan Sharkey, and I wasn't supposed to go to Cold Springs. I was supposed to actually go to Uteriello and play there. I was zoned for there, but found a way to make it to Cold Springs and play 4 great years with those guys, man. A lot of those guys, we still talk to this day. Obviously, me and Alan Sharkey still talk to this day, and obviously want to thank my beautiful mother for putting on that first baseball game. As soon as she turned it off, I started crying. She put it back on. I just sat there and left her alone so she could do her thing. And I was mesmerized by baseball. So she definitely let me fall in love with the game. And thank you very much for everything that you've done, everything that you still do for me, Mom. And I'm glad I'm back home playing in front of you. And everybody, I want you guys to congratulate her. She's about to retire, actually. So she's going to be able to see me a lot more at Marlins Park, play my games there. And again, guys, I just want to thank you guys. It's a very big honor for me, and it was great to play those 4 years at Cold Springs. So just thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, our next inductee, I had the fortunate chance to play against him for a couple of seasons while I was at Coconut Creek. He was a thorn in our side. He was the scrappiest second baseman I have ever played with in my career. I did play with a guy in college, and his name was Scrappy, and he was second base, and he reminded me of you every day. This guy wore a uniform. It was dirty before he even set foot on the field, and he played his tail off. Back in the day, guys like us, the shorter guys, were overlooked. Nowadays, those shorter guys, they're out there. It's a different ball game now today than it was then. But this guy, he was a thorn in our side over at Coconut Creek for 4 years. Please help me welcoming the newest inductee to the Baseball Hall of Fame, 2019 inductee, Brian Lukert. Speaking on Brian's behalf, Bart Graff.
Well, thank you all. I'd like to, first of all, thank the Coral Springs Baseball for putting this on. I think it's probably long overdue. As I look around the room, I think of all the wealth of baseball knowledge that's in this room, from coaches to players to professional players. It's amazing, and Coral Springs has been a huge part of that. I want to put a special shout out Being a longtime coach in Broward County, I don't think that baseball has ever reached the level of coverage that it has now because of probably one guy, and that's Anthony over here. What you've done with the high school baseball network, Anthony, we know the Sun Sentinel really doesn't exist anymore as far as baseball coverage goes, but what you've done is commendable, and I just want to give you a round of applause for putting this on, because if you think about it, it would almost be dead without what you guys have done, so thank you so much for that. Next thing I want to say is you guys may have noticed I'm not Deborah Hubert. As the program says, you probably wish I would. She's a lot better looking than I am. I was a coach at Plantation High School in the late 80s, early 90s. And that's going to become more important a little bit later when I tell you about a story with Luby. But I was an assistant coach at Nova from 2005 to 2014. And that's when I first got to know Luby real well. I'm probably the only introduction guy that is an opposing coach, which tells you something about that guy. Mike was talking about Luby. I always referred to him as like effing Luby because he was on the other team, and like you said, his jersey was dirty, and you had to play him like, man, how are we going to get him out? So I have a lot of bad memories about playing against Coral Springs. They had guys like Tim Kester, Kyle Daly, Mark Williams, who's in the room tonight, when he threw the ball, when it left his hand, highest point. Amazing. James Kerr, the pitcher, Anthony, great players. So I've had the privilege of being Luby's opposing coach, fellow coach, good friend, and now he's like my third brother. I want to share one quick story from 1991. The details are a little sketchy between me and Luby, how we remember it. So it could be a little convoluted. Anthony, you probably remember this a little differently. But the year was 1991, and we played in a 10-team district. And this was back in the days where you had to win the district to advance. And this 10-team district was brutal. It was the top three. It was always Taravella, you guys, Coconut Creek, and Springs. And so there was the top five. Western was pretty good. There was another team, and then we were like the other five at Plantation. So going into the tournament, we had like a 50-game losing streak against Coral Springs. It was terrible. They would beat us every single time. And so sure enough, who do we draw? Coral Springs. So Luby was on that team. He was like a career 15 for 20 against us, just unbelievably good. And so we had to come up with a game plan. We were going to play small ball. We're going to bunt. We're going to do this because we couldn't beat them any other way. And behind the plate was a guy named Harry Ozias, a great umpire in Broward County. A lot of you probably know him. And Luby knew Harry very well, so did I. I loved to see him there. And when we were playing him, Luby had probably his worst game ever that game. He was 0 for, had a couple of Ks, and then got on the base later in the game, which ended up being probably the worst thing that happened. Because later in the game, somehow or other, we got him out at home plate. He was going to be out by 10 feet. And Luby didn't slide. And in high school baseball, you have to slide. And so Luby came into the plate, didn't slide, ran into the catcher. Wasn't a big deal. But he didn't slide. And I'm like, I got to get this guy out of here. So I went out and talked to Harry Ozias. I said, Harry, you got to get rid of him. He goes, what do you mean, Bart? He didn't slide. He goes, what do you mean he didn't slide, Harry? He goes, you're right, Bart. We got to toss him out. So I'm up here presenting Luby, being the only guy that ever got him thrown out of a game for not sliding into home plate in a game that we happened to win. So now I'm sure the only guy up here that is in that position. So that's my Luby story. And to play against this guy, this isn't about me, it's about him. Mike said it. Man, there he was at second base. He was all county. He was all state. He was, and I mean this, not just because he's my buddy. He's taken a lot of my golf money over the years, unless I talk during his backswing. But he could turn the double play better than anybody. As good as he was offensively, I can say this, he was the best defensive second baseman I've ever seen. Turn two, never touched his glove. Pound for pound, inch for inch. When you guys look at Jose Altuve, I think of Luby. Because when I watch that guy play, I really say, damn, that was Luby. On a high school level, that's Jose Altuve right there. And he was one of the best, no, he was the best defensive infielder I ever saw. Plus, like I said, he was like a career 15 for 20 against us. He won a big league World Series with a couple of you guys. I went out and watched him play against the other teams with Claude Love and just amazing players. Goes on to college at Valencia, goes on to college at Western Kentucky, excels there. But his best gift is what he's done since then. He's given back to the game. He came back to Broward County. He's been a coach at Nova for 24, 25 years. The guy can flat out coach. So Fitz, when you said you're looking forward to playing in Luby, good luck with that. Because that guy can coach. And if you have better players than him, it doesn't mean anything because he can coach up. I've never met anybody in baseball that I've ever thought the same as. We have like telepathy. I'd be coaching first, he'd be coaching third. We look at each other, we don't say anything. And then the guy steals second base, goes to, it's just amazing. And I probably enjoyed that as much as ever of anything I've ever done in coaching is coaching with Luby. Because as good as he was as a player, he's an even better coach. He probably has, at Nova, I coached at Nova for 10 years with Luby. And at Nova, we have to coach everything. Saturday, Sunday, Monday to Friday. It doesn't matter, we're out there all the time. So we coach all the JV games. Luby has the unofficial record of all-time JV wins. He's been coaching JV baseball on Saturday, as well as everything else, probably has 200, I figured out, probably 250 or 300 JV wins, which is probably 100 more than anybody else. And now he's probably one of the most respected hitting instructors in Broward County. What he does with kids in the cage to listen to him is amazing. So when you talk about baseball guys, people that love the game, know the game, work the game, you're talking Luby. So I'd like to introduce to you somebody who's above all else a true friend, but a fellow coach who I love like a brother, the best hitting instructor / coach in Broward County, Brian Lukert.
Thank you. Thank you. What an honor it is to be here in this room with really family. If you look around, everybody, the buzz is going back and forth, and we all miss each other. There was a time in our lives when it was easy. You were a kid. You didn't have to work. You know, you didn't have to take care of somebody else. You were just yourself. And you can see in this room we have Creek and we have Douglas and we have Plantation. You have different avenues of the jobs that people do, but it brings us all together, this sport that we were good as kids, you know, and it's amazing that once you put baseball in a room, it just lights it up. Everybody's happy. Everybody wants to celebrate. Everybody wants to bring up stories, and it is such an honor to be here because I didn't grow up in Coral Springs. Okay, I moved here when I was a sophomore in high school, 5'0" nothing, 100 and nothing. Okay, I didn't go to the middle schools like everybody else. I didn't know anybody. And we moved here, and I would like to thank my dad for moving us down here. We lived in New York, and we would take vacations to my grandmother's house, and each year it would be one day longer and longer, and we wanted to stay. And he said, "You just want to play baseball all the time?" And my sister and I said, "Yes, we do. We do. We want to play baseball." So we moved. We moved in the middle of, the end of my freshman year, which doesn't make any sense. I was young. I was only 14. And you moved to Coral Springs, the most populated county, with no JV team. My odds were stacked against me, you know. So when we moved here, the first person we needed to get in contact was Miss Steinberg. Miss Steinberg, that was what we had to do. Find Miss Steinberg. Miss Steinberg knew where the Little Leagues were. Miss Steinberg got us involved in everything, and I thank you very much, Miss Steinberg, because because we got in touch, and then obviously Mr. Steinberg was there with all the teams, and you weren't a father on the field. You were the general. You did everything, and everybody listened to you. And it wasn't like, oh, Jack, your dad's this, or Charlie, your dad's that. You just listened. Everybody in this room was touched by Mr. Steinberg. That didn't come out right, but that's fine. I probably should have touched your kids too, but it's okay. So I never knew if I was going to make the team or not. So that was, I loved baseball. I knew how to play baseball, but this was different. I was 14. They were men. Vinnie Baratieri was 19. Okay, Jack was older. Sal, these were all seniors. The Jones boys, the Kinleys. Okay, not knowing anybody and not knowing if you were going to make the team. Well, I made the team, and I was blessed. And I still remember this day. They asked what number I wanted, and I said 7. Okay, you can have 7. Why wouldn't the hell everyone else have 7 on the team? That's the best number. I got number 7. Mom, I got number 7, the best number. Okay? Correct me if I'm wrong, the 1988 district champion, or 89 district champion is still one of the best games ever at Coral Springs High School. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Is there another better game in that 1989 game? And that's when we played Coconut Creek in 9 innings at Bartsfield Plantation High School. And it was one of those memories like no other. But early in the year, we got into a brawl with them. Okay? I started a double play, got caught up with Anthony Gentile between my legs. And when he went up, I went up. It was harmless, right? So I stepped aside. Jim Jones, the shortstop, came over to check if I was okay. And Vinnie Gentile, the kid, turned and just swung on Jonesy. All of a sudden, the left fielder, what was his name? No, Coleman. Coleman was the left fielder. Grabbed the shortstop, and Vinnie just beat him to a ball. Boom, 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 boom. And it was funny because I was so young, and all the parents got to the fence line and were looking for their kids. Well, I knew where I was. I was so far away from that fight. It was unbelievable. I was only a little kid, and I didn't know what this Coral Springs baseball was about, but it was about a family, and you stayed together, and it was something like nothing else. And still to this day, I guarantee you, Mark is going to talk about that game. We were 2 young kids to the area that got introduced to this cult, this literally a cult of baseball, and the legends that played here is unbelievable. And you don't know as a 14-year-old kid how these people are going to be part of your life and change it, but they do. Okay? Jack, I can remember not being able to drive. Jack would come pick me up. Jack said, I'm going to come pick you up and we'll go play Legion, because I was too young to even play big league. Okay? So Jack said, I'm going to come pick you up in a vet. Oh, I said, this is an older kid coming to pick me up in a vet. Jack showed up in a shove vet. I still remember wearing the traffic light, right? And I don't know why, but that gas pedal was a point, right? We're at the first traffic light, and it's green. Jack, are you going to go yet? He said, Ryan, I'm floored. I said, oh my God. And it was funny because Jack, it's crazy how he met, because Jack said, hey, man, I met this girl. I really like her. I said, okay, that's great. So we started dating this girl, and then the next year, he's like, oh, I'm still dating her. I really like her. Well, guess what? Jack is still with that same young lady, still to this day. I can still remember when he told me that in that car. And, those were the days, but even, Dave, do you remember Miss Cummings? Okay, when I walked into Miss Cummings' class, she goes, you're little Vizzi. I didn't know who little Vizzi was. I didn't know anybody at school. Okay? She said, you're little Vizzi. It's not baseball. You act like him. You do everything like that. I know. At the time, I thought it was an honor. I did. And then Vizzi came back to coach with us, as well as Rick and Dave. It was a big family, okay? And Bart brought up Anthony talking about, the website. But Anthony was right I went to Valencia because Dave Taylor went to Valencia. And that was what you did. You followed other people from Coral Springs around because you were going to be protected. And it was a good time for a young man like me who really didn't have anything. I didn't know anybody. I didn't know anybody. But to be brought into this family and then be able to go to college, you know, they know you at Valencia. Dave Taylor, a lady on the lunch line, she would tell me to put my sausages under my pancakes and say, Mary, Mary. I did that first day. Guess what? Mary didn't charge me for my sausage underneath my pancakes. You know, so you always got that in if you knew somebody from Coral Springs. Still to this day, Mark Williams, I've been coaching baseball for 22 years. I've played for 22 years. Still to this day, your name is used in my daily conversation. I just had a conversation about you and Eric Langer throwing long toss. I said, that's the only way that arm's going to get strong. Poor Eric, Mark was stretching out all the way from that foul line all the way to center field. But there was a reason. But I reference a lot of it. I think it's great that Jack is coaching his kids in the area. But look how many people in this room are giving back. Doc with the chiropractic and the things like that. I think it's wonderful. And it's given me an opportunity to be who I am. And I owe it all to my mom, okay, my dad for everything they've done, you know, moving here, sacrificing a lot of things. My father was never a yeller, a screamer, everybody knows Slick. He never really said, you know, you gotta do better, you gotta do this. Just get next time. He did good, he would brag like nobody's business, but that's what parents are supposed to do. My mother, you are my angel, and you are with me every day of my life, and I could not do this without you. And I thank you, and I love you. And for the last 22 years, I'm around baseball every day. I'm a baseball coach. I touch a baseball. My one goal in life is to be a professional, and I wanted to be a professional baseball. I cannot watch LCD because that means I failed. There was always excuse, oh, we're short, is everybody wrong? He's shorter than us, he's shorter than us, so I have failed because of Altuve. But for the last 22 years, I get to coach kids every day. So instead of one shot to go to the major leagues, I have 50 shots every week. And in that journey, I coach Shane and Skylar Fox and their parents, Deborah Hubert's son, Patrick and Daniel, and I'm madly in love with Deborah Hubert for the last 10 years. Kyle Tabor is my player. He went to Nova, he played for me, now he teaches at Nova, now he's here with me. It's a good game. Baseball has given everybody an opportunity to be who they could be, and I am just truly blessed to know everybody in this room and to have faces light up, and this is family, and this is going to be the start of something wonderful. We are Coral Springs strong, and we can raise money. We can have that field looking like Nova. Okay, Nova, we work very hard. I took what I did in baseball, and we do that at Nova. We got cages and we have scoreboards, but you know, I will help you along the way, even though you're a creek dog. And I thank you for everything, and God bless you. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Presenters and inductees, when you do speak, please, we are on a live feed, so if you're not into the microphone, it does not transmit, so whatever you're saying doesn't transmit online. So please stay within the microphone. Okay. The next inductee I've had the pleasure of working with for 15 years. Not only has he been a good friend, been there for me, he's been a great mentor for me as well. And I wouldn't be where I am today if we didn't have that phone conversation back in 2000. And I see Frank on a daily basis. He still works at a school, coaching volleyball, not getting a suntan. He's indoors nowadays, saving his skin cancer. But he's always been there, and I thank him for everything. So please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame, 2019 inductee, Frank Bellis, speaking on his behalf, Coach Simaluka.
Good evening. First of all, I just wanted to introduce myself for those of you that don't know who I am. I am Coach Simaluka. I've been the pitching coach at Coral Springs for the last 15 years, and I did want to congratulate all of tonight's inductees as the inaugural members of the Coral Springs High School Baseball Hall of Fame. Coach Bellis, head coach at Coral Springs for 24 years. For those of you that aren't aware as well, I am the official stat nerd of Coral Springs High School Baseball, so I'm basically just going to throw a bunch of numbers at you. He does hold the school record, 355 wins over his 25 years. I believe the game that Brian referenced in 1989, Coach Bellis did lead the Colts back in 2010 to finally win another district title, the first of 3 from 2010 through 2012. He's probably coached or had some impact on the majority of you in this room and has helped mold a good portion of you into the people that you are today. Personally, I did want to take just 1 second to thank Coach Bellis, who 15 years ago didn't really know me, just took a recommendation from Coach Fetterman, gave me the opportunity to enter this coaching brotherhood, which I've thoroughly enjoyed. Coach let me learn on the job, but provided guidance for me every step of the way. And for that opportunity, Coach, I will be forever thankful. In closing, I can't speak about Coach Bellis without mentioning April 4th, 2011. Baseball is a game of numbers. Baseball is also a game of milestones. Reaching any milestone in any sport is always special. For Coach Bellis, this milestone he reached on that day was winning his 300th game. But as if it were in a Hollywood script, not only did he win his 300th game that day, he got to see his son, Cole, pitch a no-hitter in that game. And I know how much that meant to Coach Bellis. So everyone, please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame, 2019 inductee, Coach Frank Bellis.
It's a great honor. I want to thank Anthony and also Gary and also Mike for putting this on and also having me up here. Also like to thank all of you people here, okay? This wonderful Colt family that I was brought into. I'm not from Florida, I'm not from South Florida, I'm from Gary, Indiana. Came down here, did my student teaching at Nova High School back in 1973, and was offered a job because I was a workaholic. I was working as a trainer for the football team while I was a student teacher. I was also an assistant basketball coach, and at lunchtime, I would go out to the baseball field with a young man named Harry Chappis, okay, who ended up playing with the White Sox, and hit him ground balls. Okay? So it was time for me to leave. I had to go back to Indiana, check out of Indiana State, take all my stuff home, go visit my family. And the basketball coach, whose name was Mike McNamara at the time, you people don't know any of these guys, okay, he was the coach of the year every year, and I just happened to be his assistant. He goes, Frank, he goes, where are you going? I go, I have to go back to Indiana. I don't have a job. He goes, if I get you a job, will you stay? And I said, well, that sounds phenomenal. I'd love to live down here. So he made one phone call. I had one interview. The next thing I knew, I had a job in the middle of the school year. Okay? It was at Sunrise Middle School, my first job ever teaching down here. It was great. It wasn't such a great job, but it was a job. And I was able to stay down here. Well, I went from Sunrise Middle School to Northeast High School and coached baseball there with a guy named Kenny Davis, okay, who's they've named the field after at Northeast High. And I just kept on going and ended up at Coral Springs High School when Coach Wick there decided to leave the school to go into another avenue. So I met with a guy named Bill Farley and got Coach Wick's teaching job. Well, the baseball job was filled at that time, so I had to coach basketball, softball. And then one day the principal came up to me and said, how'd you like to coach the baseball team? I said, well, you got to coach. It was not after this year. So things weren't going so well at the time, so I took the job, and 24 years later, I was, went through some, players like Mark Williams, Anthony Uteriello, Charlie Steinberg, James Kerr. Those were my first guys. And then, Eric Langner. These guys, that was the team right there. They were the whole heart and soul of the team. Okay? Without those guys, we didn't win a game. Well, another story, add on to that story. There was only one number left that year, okay, for me to pick. It was number 13. So I take number 13, and lo and behold, guess what our record is? 13-13-1. We had to tie a game so we could have, I'd go 13-13 with my number 13 on the back. I said, that's enough of that. I'll never wear that number again. So I ended up getting number 1 for the rest of the time. And then I had guys like Dave Copp and, of course, Louis Brinson, Ellen Sharkey, and numerous other guys that aren't here today that could very well be here that had numbers that were off the charts. Okay? Dave, I'm sure will tell you, he can remember some of them. Okay? Like Cody Wheeler. Okay? Probably had the best one-year career in the history of Coral Springs High School with average home runs, RBIs, and runs scored. Okay? And also had my son, who I'm very proud of, could not be here today because he's still involved in baseball and he's up in New Jersey doing something with that. But the guys, I'll tell you, I wouldn't be up here today, wouldn't have the records I have if it wasn't for the players. Okay? I was blessed with probably some of the greatest players in the history of Broward County sports. And I want to thank you guys for that. I also want to thank Coral Springs High School, the athletic department. Also, I'd like to thank all the parents, a lot of parents that are here today, okay, I haven't seen in years, and they were a huge part of that. Their support was able to help with all the accolades that I've accumulated, excuse me. And I haven't had anything to drink here tonight. But it's been a great run. It was a great run. And I want to thank everybody here for all the support they've given me. Okay, and Anthony, you keep doing what you're doing because it's phenomenal what you have done for baseball in Broward County and Dade County and Palm Beach. There's nothing else like it in the state. And I want to thank you for that, okay, and everybody else. Have a great night.
All right. Next on our list this evening, again, I've had the privilege of playing against this guy in my time when I was at Coconut Creek and his time while he's here at Coral Springs. We probably compared each other many times on the field because we both played the same position. We both ran the bases really well, so we always chased each other as far as who would lead the county in stolen bases. But it's beyond baseball at the high school level that he's excelled in his life now. We used to run to the Publix in the morning on Tuesday mornings when the Sun Sentinel and Herald would put out their weekly stats. Nowadays, those stats are done immediately. Once our computer tech and coach over here gets those into Anthony, they get updated immediately, so we don't have to worry about the newspapers anymore. But he's created a network that not just reaches the county, he's branched out to the state now, and more importantly, it's allowed some of our kids and our athletes, not just at Coral Springs, but at Nova and Douglas and all the other schools around, to allow college coaches not to have to show up, but be able to access his website and get up-to-the-date minute stats, videos. He puts on a HSBN media day where the kids go through a media day. They run 60s. All this stuff gets uploaded immediately. And as far as being able to check on your kids, they do now, as we're doing tonight, live. They've added Games of the Week live where parents can log in and watch the games on their video without having to be there for whether they're out of town or whatever. But he's taken baseball in the county and the state to a whole nother level. So please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame, 2019 inductee Anthony Uteriello, and also responsible for helping us get this evening going. Congratulations. Okay, speaking on Anthony's behalf, another guy from the rival school, Douglas, Elliott Bonner.
No. Thank you. Good evening. Finally get up here. In case anybody's wondering about my sunglasses, believe me, I wear these sunglasses all the time, so don't worry, I can see. Luke Kerr. First, I'm honored to be up here and be in this position to present anybody that's part of this Hall of Fame. So when Anthony asked me about presenting, I got up here, I sort of said, oh, no problem, no problem. And then as the day got closer, I said, what am I going to say? I had Anthony when he was like 12 and 13. What am I going to say about Anthony? All right, so I never coached at Coral Springs High School. I just coached, oh, I don't need this. I just coached a lot of the kids in this room. I just coached. That's what I did. All right, so I said, oh, does anybody want to hear stats? And I said, probably not. But until Brinson came along, Uteriello roamed that center field with no errors. He also set the season record for stolen bases. In a history of Coral Springs High School, he had the stolen base history. All right. He's also been nominated for the All-County player in his junior and senior year. But those are things that a lot of people don't care about, but I care about and let you know about it. I can speak about Anthony when he played for me at Little League. He also was my center fielder who stole more bases than anybody. All right, and that's the story I have on Anthony and what he's done for baseball is a lot more than I can even talk about. But everything I talk about here was 35 years ago. How did a person like myself, a player, become friends? How did I become friends with a player? Well, it's taken a long time, all right. But I'm gonna start with this. Uteriello. When I had Anthony in Little League, seems like nobody could spell Uteriello. It was just they couldn't say it, they couldn't spell it. All right, and I said this is kind of an easy name. It's the LLO on the end. I mean, you can figure that out. All right, but Anthony was he was also that player that was his demeanor. He was very quiet but very competitive. He's one of the few players that when I had him on my team that could tolerate my coaching style. And anybody who knows me knows I had a coaching style. And it wasn't always appreciated by a lot of players. One of the things I have to say, his parents, his mom, found a way to get into my heart because she would make sauce and pasta and invite me over for dinner all the time. So that sort of broke the ice to us becoming friends. All right. Some of the things that through the years that Anthony tried to do really didn't work out, but he never stopped trying. You could say he was not a quitter. And today, Anthony runs a successful business called HSBN, High School Baseball Network, used by pretty much every high school in the state of Florida. And for that, I am proud to present the Coral Springs High School inductee, Anthony Uteriello.
All right. I came into today not having a speech ready for this because I didn't know the inductees were talking. So, I talk for a living. I mean, my high school baseball network, some of the players I've covered are sitting here, and I don't get nervous. But today I woke up with a pit in my stomach, and I couldn't figure out why, and I was stressed, and I wasn't myself, and I couldn't put a finger on it. And then once I got to the room, I started realizing the stress level was, I was going to be around some of my idols. I was going to be around some of the people I grew up watching play, some of the people when I was over at Mullins Park, and you just dreamed of playing on that big field, which today I run around Mullins Park when I do my jogging, and I'm like, man, this feels so small, but you know, when you're a kid and you're looking at it, you're like, man, that's the big time right there. And you know, growing up watching guys like Jack and Vizzi and these guys, and there's every table in this place right now has somebody that I have to thank. I'm not going to do that to you because obviously this has been dragging, but there's somebody sitting at every table that I need to be thanking for me standing here. First and foremost, Bloomer talked, a couple of the inductees have talked before today about family and what that means. And my parents, my mom's actually couldn't be here tonight, but my dad is here. And I think the most thing I have to thank my dad for is he hated baseball. He could not watch it. He couldn't play it. He couldn't do anything with it. And you know, I was the type kid where he was a Dolphin fan, so I chose the Steelers. You know, so whatever he did, you know, the minute I knew he didn't like baseball, that made things real easy on what I was going to do for my life. You know, people have talked today about their wives. You know, looking at my life, I think that a lot of people have different relationships, and to have a partner that just lets you be yourself. You know, a lot of times you have to fake your way through relationships, and to have a wife that lets me, you know, do what I want and supports me in everything that I do is probably, you know, after 2 failed marriages and now having one that's 17 years long, probably, you know, the biggest thing going for me right now. My daughter's here, another huge part of my life. And to be honest with you, today's a tremendous day for me, but it's not even in the top 2 of days in the last 2 weeks that I've had, because in the 3 weeks. My daughter had my first grandson 3 weeks ago. Yeah. So when you think of, wow, grandfather, it hits you a little bit. But some of the guys in the room, and I'm going to talk about a couple of these guys later on real quick. You know, some of my old coaches, both Taylors here, both coached me. Dave Taylor was my outfield coach, so if I'm, you know, standing here as a Hall of Famer, I would have to say that he would probably be a big reason why, since he was with me in the outfield every day for 3 years. Some of the guys I played with are here. Brian, funny story about Brian. He talked about that play at second base. You know, in the summer, we used to be shortstop, second base tandem, and you know, Brian had this reputation amongst all of our team. You know, he was a gritty guy, but man, he could get under your skin. You know, if you were on the opposing team, he would get under your skin, and he'd be the first one to start the fight. But like he said, you couldn't find him when the fight actually started. You know, so here's everybody in the middle rumbling, and the guy that started it's off to the side, kind of laughing. You know, because to him it was a game. Finishing some of those fights, we got Charlie here. He was obviously one of our enforcers, and James next to him is, I mean, those two guys are as tough as they come. Eric and Mark both graduated with me in '92. Huge part of my life. Eric's still one of my best friends. Mr. Steinberg, another thing that Lube Kurt mentioned, that, you know, everybody made a joke that, you know, he touched all of us, and he didn't do it inappropriately, but he'd beat the shit out of you. He'd beat the shit out of you. I remember I didn't make grades one year, and he took me out in left field, and he was talking, and if you know how he talks, he spits when he talks, so, you know, he's spitting all over me, and you dumb son of, you know, on and on and on and on and on, and he was most concerned with getting me back on the baseball field. I remember he had to go talk to my dad, because my dad was a tough guy, and he wasn't going to let me play, and Mr. Steinberg somehow convinced him, you know, let him play. He needs to be out on the baseball field. That's where his future is. Coach Bellis, obviously, my senior year was his first year, and through the years, we've kind of grown to be real good friends. I mean, he coached me, and then I coached with him a couple years, and then he now, you know, helps me out and works with me with HSBN. So everybody in here, I just want to say thank you, and I just want to say it's a pleasure being amongst all of you that are here today and that I looked up to growing up. Thank you.
Okay, next guy, known as a heartbreaker, broke our hearts in '89 over at Coconut Creek at Plantation in the last inning. Back then, the games were over. Nowadays, they call it walk-offs, and I still remember that game to this day. But please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame inductee, Jack Steinberg, speaking on his behalf, his father, Irwin.
Getting old. First of all, I'd like to thank Anthony and you for as much as I appreciate this. I think it's the greatest thing that ever happened to Coral Springs. I think somebody should have done this a long, long time ago, and Anthony deserves a lot of credit. He played for me, and he was wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. My son Jack, what can I tell you about him? From the time he started in T-ball, Jack had a special attraction for baseball. He just everything he touched with a ball, he just seemed to do everything right. He played a little bit soccer, he played a little bit football, but baseball was his passion. He just loved to play baseball. And rightfully so, he could play many, many positions and play it at an all-star level. I mean, he played on many, many all-star teams when we were in the National League, and he won many, many, many games. When he got to high school, he was one of 3 freshmen that were in high school as a freshman. You never really get the chance to play a lot when you're a freshman. And to get the chance to even make the team was a big thing, but he was one of 3. as a starter, I mean, in '88, we got a glimpse of Jack's ability. I mean, in high-pressure moments, to slow the game down and know how to play it, he was tremendous at it. He did things on a baseball field that I was amazed at. I mean, he could play third one day, and he'd be playing second the next day and playing first. And then when he was around 12 years old, he started to learn how to catch. And he was a catcher for many, many years. And he really, really did good at the position. In 1989, in the championship game, we played three games. We played 3 games before the championship game. And the first game we won 4-0 at Carl Springs. The next 2 games, Jack drove in 3 runs in the next game against Taravella, and then he played Creek. And we played a fabulous, fabulous Creek team. They were just tremendous. They were rated in the district and rated in the state as one of the best teams in the country at that time. Another 3 hits in the 9th inning. He drives in the winning runs, and we win it in extra innings, 9 innings. It was a fabulous game. He played a fabulous game. And him and Vinnie Baratieri, they were co-captains that year. And they were real, real close. And they had a player like Brian playing for them. Mark Williams was a freshman then, a freshman kid as a catcher. He was fabulous. He caught the championship game, and we moved Jack to first base. And when they say about Lou Kirk at second, he was. When I saw him play, I was amazed at him. I said, he came from New York, and I said, wow, this kid could really play. And he got rid of the ball. He was just tremendous. But talking about Jack, I mean, Brinson broke his records. He held 2 records. One was driving in 7 runs. Brinson came back and got that record from him. I mean, he held the double record. You know, Brinson came back and got that. And rightfully so. He becomes a major league ball player and did a tremendous job. So his record was broken by a major league ball player, and that was wonderful. I mean, Jack today, he did the greatest thing for me that God ever created. He gave me and his wife, Nicole, 3 triplet grandsons. The most fabulous, fabulous gift that any father could ever have is to have 3 sons like that. And he produced 3 sons, and Nicole, they grew up, and what? Jack had them in baseball, and they were really, really fabulous kids. It's been my pleasure to see Jack become a successful father, become a successful coach, and be a business owner today where he owns his own business. So let me say to everybody, I want to introduce Jack Steinberg, my son.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. First of all, thank you for putting on the event. That's very wonderful. It's much appreciated. There is a ton of talent in here. Guys that I grew up with, guys that I watched play before me, sitting on the bench, guys that I seen play that I had the opportunity to play with, and some of the best friends that I still have to this day, even though they've lived miles apart and we don't see each other on every day. I mean, we had breakfast today with some guys that I've known and grown up with, and it's just like we were 30 years ago. And I love every one of you. I miss you. I wish I could see you. I know we all wish we could see each other all the time. I want to thank my mother and my father. They were the most supportive parents that you could ever have. And there are a lot of people in this room that know, and they've mentioned that they were there for other kids even more and just as much as they were for me. Kids that needed baseball equipment, they needed a place to stay, they needed a place food to eat, anything, they were always there, and I love you very much. My wife, Nicole, been together since high school. And my 3 sons, Jack, Benjamin, and Nicholas, I couldn't ask for better kids. And the reason that it's like that is because of this sport, because of you people. Everybody that's contributed to me somehow, some way, that's helped me to raise them to be good young men. My brother as well, always been there, you know. The one person that I want to mention that I thought was so instrumental when I played high school baseball was Tony Villa. Tony Villa was a coach. He's no longer with us, but there are points that he taught when I was a young 14 and 15-year-old kid that still to this day resonates with me, that I use in pointing out and teaching kids and coaching and my own sons, that I thought this man was way ahead of his time. And I know there's a lot of other guys who played here that Coach Villa was part of their lives as well. And even when he went over to Coconut Creek, he always would come over to his ex-players and ask how they're doing and talk about them. And I know that he's looking down here, and he's proud. He is really proud of all these people that he's touched. So thank you. Enjoy the night. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Okay, our next inductee, I had the privilege of spending 4 years with, coaching as well. I've coached a long time. I've never seen or coached against a better first baseman. Sorry, Todd. And left-handed hitter, the purest left-handed hitter that I've been around. He's got a tree in right field. It's called Sharkey's tree. He frequently visited many times through his career, most importantly against that other team. But he's also known for his wild and extravagant hair. He's always a trendsetter with his hair, but it's my honor and privilege to now welcome the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame 2019 inductee, Alan Sharkey, speaking on his behalf, Coach Simaluka.
All right, I'm back. One of the great things, as you guys know, about coaching is to see a player develop over their 4 years. And I was very fortunate that that was something I got to witness firsthand with our next inductee. Alan started as a freshman, hit almost 400, and I've got a couple people here that can back me up. Probably safe to say 85 to 90% of his hits were little slap hits the other way. But hard work, a lot of dedication to his craft. That by the time Alan was a senior, he went from that left-handed slap hitter to, as Coach Fetterman said, routinely would put balls into or over those trees in right field. Alan was one of our team leaders on that team that won 3 straight district titles from 2010 to 2012. And as Coach Fetterman mentioned as well, I probably have never had the fortunate to coach such a just pure hitter, but someone who was also, without a doubt, the best, worst pitch hitter you'll ever see. Pitches that maybe were on the ground, pitches that maybe were at his head, somehow barrel the bat every single time. Alan is the Colts career hits leader with 136, a record that he broke, the previous record of 100, he broke that during his junior season. Alan was a 13th round pick of the Milwaukee Brewers back in 2012. For his Colts career, he hit 437. Now, the last 2 stats I'm going to pop out to you are probably one of my favorites, and I bring them up with kids all the time. He played in 97 career games as a Colt and had at least one hit in 80 of them. But even more impressive than that, yeah, he liked it. Even more impressive than that, Allen stepped to the plate 373 times in high school, struck out 27 times. 93% of the time, he put the ball in play. So with that, I am extremely honored and proud to welcome into the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame, Alan Sharkey.
First, I want to say thank you to everyone who made this night possible. It's an honor to be up here. I want to thank, not a couple, but there's a lot of people to thank. I want to first thank my family, my mom, my dad, my brother, and all my very close friends that are kind of like brothers. My good friend, which is Frank Bellis, is right there. Son, has been with me since I came to the United States from Venezuela when I was 4. He's been with me through it all. I want to thank my wife that's been with me, since sophomore year of high school. So she's been through it all as well. And I'm glad also that my man right here could be a part of this night. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, our next inductee. Please welcome, join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame 2019 inductee, Rick Taylor. Speaking on Rick's behalf, his brother Dave.
Once again, I'm called upon. I'll try to keep this quick. Most of us growing up, we had heroes. We had big league guys that we grew up watching, emulating. Those were our heroes. Guys on TV that we watched on TV shows were our heroes. Myself, I had one hero, my older brother. He was the guy that no matter what you told him he couldn't do, he said, "Oh yeah, watch this. Hold my beer." Too slow, flat feet, didn't throw hard enough, didn't hit for power, but somehow he managed to make all county, all everything, player of the year. Oh yeah, he was a good high school player. He's a good high school player, but he can't play college ball. Goes to the Indian River, becomes their closer, one of the best pitchers in the country. And he's good. He was a good JUCO pitcher. He's really good. He can't play pro ball. Can't play pro ball. Drives 356 miles to Atlanta, Georgia for an open trial for the Atlanta Braves. They signed one guy that day. One. My older brother. Yeah. He's always been my hero. I've always looked up to him. I've always wanted to be as good as Rick. And to this day, I still want to be as good as my brother. I don't think I ever will. He's a cancer survivor. He's what I always wanted to be. So please welcome him. Please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame, 2019 inductee, Rick Taylor, my brother.
Well, thank you. It is an honor. unlike a lot of the guys here, I'm not a baseball guy. I played baseball. I love the game. I still help out where I can. But the guys that are coaching, still involved, passing on the legacy, you know, those guys are really important to serve our praise and thanks. They're taking care of our kids. They're going to take care of our kids' kids, be role models for them. So I appreciate, Coach, what you've done. Coach Wick, you laid the foundation for me. My parents, my brother, thank you. I apologize. My brother said I hit half of you guys that are in here, so if I've hit you, I apologize. But both, you know, I lived inside, so what could you do? Now, you know, I did not have the talent. I wasn't fast. I didn't throw hard. But I believed I could beat anybody, anywhere, anytime. And you know, my brother's a good guy. What's that? Yep. Well, thank you. I was delusional. I thought I was. I literally was. I mean, I still am. I still think I can shoot scratch golf every time I go out. And when I shoot 84, I'm just like, well, it was just an off day. You know, but it happens every time. Nevertheless, I want to thank you guys, the guys that were here before me, Ron Vera, Jeff Hirsch, Gary Bobshover. You guys don't understand. Coach Wick used to tell stories about you guys. And I wanted to be that story, you know. And you inspired me. And thank you, everyone, especially my parents who made this possible. So thank you.
Okay, moving on. Please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame 2019 inductee, Lloyd Basso, presented by Don Wick.
I hope you're not tired of seeing my face, but I had some really good kids. So anyhow, every team has a player that is unique in every way and everything that he did. And most of all, you always got one that's always a clown, one that's always causing a problem, and always denying it. But Lloyd was one of those kind of kids. He was an outstanding player, but he also was an outstanding clown. And every time I wanted to say something, we were always serious. We were in a district championship game, and I'd be talking something really serious, and Lloyd would come in with some wisecrack, you know, and everybody started laughing. So anyway, I turned to him one night we were doing something, and I turned to him and I said, you know what? You're always talking. Can't you just be quiet? I said, you're going to end up being an attorney one day. Well, guess what Lloyd does today? He's an attorney. But seriously, we've got some great center fielders in here, and Lloyd was one who started the program off with being one of the best defensive center fielders in the state of Florida and Broward County, and the Palm Beach and Broward and Dade area. He had 7 assists his senior year from the outfield, which that's unheard of in high school. His 2 other outfielder buddies at the time threw out another 5 guys. So they had 12 assists just from the outfield in that one season, in a 32-game season. That's unbelievable. But that's the kind of the player that Lloyd was, a defensive guy, had a great arm, and he hit very well and was an outstanding base stealer. After he left me at Coral Springs, of course, he was all county. He was all area. And he wanted to play professional baseball, and he wanted to play college baseball. So he went to Georgia Southern, which had a phenomenal baseball program. He played there 1 year. Things didn't really work out the way he wanted, so he called me, and I got him a spot at a little small JC called Chipola JC up in the top of the state. He went there and played half a season, hurt his arm, came home, went back and got his education at the University of Florida, and then came to back home and went to Nova and got his law degree. He's still been a close friend. Anytime I have any kind of a question legally, I always call Lloyd, and we speak 2 or 3 times a year. He's a great individual, great family man, and it's my pleasure to present Lloyd Basso, 2019 inductee to Coral Springs Hall of Fame.
Well, I'm going to keep it short, a lot shorter than everyone else. I want to thank my mom. We moved to Coral Springs from New York. I was a huge Mets fan. I used to watch the Mets 1969 World Series, was really what did it for me. Started out as a shortstop and then switched over to outfield. I am the original LB. That's LB Jr. He happens to be playing in the pros, but I love baseball, still love baseball, and one of the things that it taught me was just to be competitive. And as a lawyer now, I go in every case wanting to beat everyone else, and I just think baseball's a great thing, and I look at this community, and it's been 40 years, which I can't believe that I played baseball 40 years ago, but continued to play softball until I was 40, and just love it. So thank you very much.
Okay, next individual, a little bit younger than me. Had the chance to play against him. One heck of a shortstop. We used to have nightmares. Don't hit it there. Please join me in welcoming the next inductee to the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame 2019 inductee, James Kerr. Speaking on James' behalf, Charlie Steinberg.
These are James's kids. They wanted to have something to say first.
Hi, my name is Isla, and this is my brother Levi. We know our dad is a great baseball player. He taught us everything we know about baseball. That's why we're so good. This was my first year of my dad being my coach on my baseball team, and he was awesome.
Hi, I'm Levi. My dad has told me a lot of baseball stories about him, like the time he became good friends with Darryl Strawberry while playing with the Yankees. I can't tell you about my dad's stats, but one fact about our dad is he hit the first home run for the Tampa Bay Rays franchise ever. Yeah, you heard me right. The first home run for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Can you stay up here with me?
Yep.
Okay, first I'd like to say, for those of you who don't know, me and James were captains together, and what do you need, Mike? I don't like microphones, Dave. So, me and James were captains together, and for most of the people who knew us would always assume that I was the guy that people would fear, respect, listen to. Well, that wasn't the case. And I'm going to just give you a couple stories about James. One day we were stretching, and most people here know Ryan Dieter, tough little kid. He had his pants about halfway down. James told him, pick your pants up. He didn't listen to him. James said, I'm going to tell you one more time, pick your pants up. He didn't listen to him. He hit him with a ball about 95 miles an hour, about 16 feet away. He picked his pants up. Now, James, the ball player, I don't even know how to describe it. He was the guy that never said much. He was the guy that just went out there and played hard. Not only was he a great shortstop, he could have been a great third baseman. He hit the ball further to right field than he did to left field. I mean, he did things that amazed you, that you went, wow, this guy's unbelievable. And his first 2 years of high school, he didn't play with us. He went to a different high school. So he came to us his junior and senior year, and I was like, wow, thank God we got James. He hit home runs off of guys that, I don't have to say their name, major league guys. And he was just a pleasure to play with. And for two guys that played together as long as we did and were captains together, I don't even think we ever had an argument with each other. We saw such eye to eye, and it was just an absolute pleasure to say that, wow, I got to play with that guy. And without further ado, the guy who deserves it the most from 1993, especially James Kerr. What else do you want to say? Oh, the kids want to say one more thing.
No, we're good.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay, wait for your dad to come up. I think they got a plaque for you.
Thank you, buddy.
So good.
Boy, much like Anthony, I really didn't come here prepared to say a whole lot. And like Charlie said, I never really said a lot anyways when I played. I just kind of try to just let my actions speak for myself. A couple things I will say since we are telling stories tonight. Let me just tell you, thanks to my mom. She and I didn't see eye to eye a lot when I was growing up. But and there's a lot of reasons for that, but I love her dearly. And so if I hit a single, she said, "Why didn't you hit a double?" If I hit a double, why did you hit a triple? If I hit a triple, you bum, you couldn't hit a home run, right? And when I was pitching, she'd say, "Strike these bums out." And I'm using bums right now, but it was probably a little bit more colorful language at the time. But she taught me a lot. She taught me to be one heck of a competitor and not take crap from a whole lot of people, and I didn't. So thank you, Mom. I love you. Thank you for everything. I have my sister here. She was 2 when I graduated high school in 1993. Thank you for being 2. Charlie said some very nice things about me. I don't know if I deserve a whole lot of those, and some of other folks in this room, Coach Bellis. Played ball with Luby for a little bit, not in high school, but outside. Elliot Bonner was one of my Little League coaches. I don't know if he remembers. I remember. He was the greatest coach I think I ever had when I was that age, and then I got to be coming to high school, and I did go to a different high school for 2 years. And that really sucked because all my friends were here in Coral Springs, and then I thought I was going to go down to a different school down in Davie. And I remember Mr. Steinberg pretty much cussing me out, saying, "What the hell are you going down to St. Thomas Aquinas for?" Yeah, I got a good tongue lashing that day. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I still remember it, but I respected him so much, and he was so right. So I didn't go to St. Thomas. I went to Pope John Paul in Boca Raton instead. Because I needed to go and pray a little bit at that school up north. So I went there for 2 years, and hell, I didn't know anybody up there. And I think I did pretty well. But I wanted to come back to Coral Springs. That's where all my friends were. That's where all the people I looked up to. And I didn't know a lot of the folks before me. I just knew that they were brothers of my brother. Charlie was my brother. Jack was an idol to him growing up. I just used to hear stories about Vinnie Baratieri kicking the crap out of people, and there was a picture, believe it or not, in the newspaper of Vinnie punching somebody out at second base. And Charlie would show me those things. So I just, those guys were my idols, and I didn't even know them. I didn't know a whole lot of people before me. And, but they are like a family. And I can remember when I finally got back to Coral Springs, and I got with Charlie and Dave Berger, who's one of the greatest pitchers I've ever had a chance to play with. He'll be up here one day. And guys like the Baldessera brothers. We were a group that was just a lot of fun, and we were tough, and we wanted to be as tough as the guys before us. And I don't know if we ever were. And I got to play with Mark Williams for 1 year, and he was crazy, Mark Williams, and he was, at the time, the toughest guy I knew. And then I became a senior, and it was me and Charlie trying to live up to those guys. And it was pretty awesome, and it was a lot of responsibility. It was a lot of fun. So I just want to say thank you to everybody putting this on. Thank you, Coach Fetterman, for somehow finding my address and sending me a letter in the mail that I really wasn't expecting. And thank you to everybody in this room that's gone before me, and everybody that's gone after me, and all the others that will come here again. And thank you to my lovely wife. She saved me to be, and she's made me a much better person than I ever could have imagined. So thank you. Thank you to everybody.
Okay, please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame, 2019 inductee, not a player, not a coach, but a longtime trainer at the school, and still to this day, dresses up and attends events left and right, doesn't matter, football, baseball, volleyball. He's with Frank quite a bit. Ed Duck Millar, speaking on his behalf, Coach Dunn.
I got bad eyes, too. Leave me alone, Duck. I mean, Mr. Millar. Yeah. My name is Terry Dunn. I was a coach and teacher at Coral Springs High School for 25 years. I had 4 children that graduated from the high school, and I loved my time there. I love the experiences of coaching a few of the guys in this room right now. I wish there were a lot more. I wish I knew a lot more of you. But my job tonight is to talk about Mr. Millar, Ed Millar. Now, you probably don't know who that is, but that's Dr. Duck or Duck. Mr. Millar started teaching at Deerfield Middle School way back before most of you were born. In 1970, he moved over to Deerfield High School and was a math teacher at Deerfield, and also took an interest in athletic training. His early interest was piqued by a couple guys in Broward County that a few people in here might remember, Stan McCall and Dana Wallace. In fact, to show you how old Duck is, Dana Wallace was my 10th grade football coach. Anyways, they encouraged Duck to get involved in athletic training. He liked working with young people. He was outstanding as far as the classroom goes. He just wanted to help kids. He wanted to see them further their education. He wanted to see them further their athletic abilities. Early on, after being at Deerfield for 15 years, he went to Clemson, took a sabbatical, went to Clemson for a year. He was there the year after they won the national championship. And then in 1985, he came to Coral Springs High School and spent 13 years at Coral Springs High School teaching full-time. Athletic trainer both at Deerfield and at Coral Springs High School. There's a guy that if you think about the job of an athletic trainer, there's two jobs in the high school that are tough. And it's not a lot of reward because you don't get to work with the athletes. That's the best reward. And he, I don't want to get soapy about this, but he cared so much about the athletes. He wanted to keep them healthy. If they were injured, he wanted to help them get well. If they ever had a severe injury and had to go to the hospital, he would go with them. And he would be there till their parents got there and it was safe for him to leave. He didn't know what a clock was. At one point I accused him of living at the high school because he was there every day after school. It's not one sport, it's not two sports. He was always involved in the various sports. We didn't have a lot of support in the early days from a lot of the hospitals like they have now. Some of us were lucky to have team doctors. The Bobshovers were fantastic, supporting Coral Springs High School and every other school in the area. But Duck was there all the time. Probably a lot of the athletes in the room right now have a limp or have an injury, and Duck treated them. Maybe Duck caused the injury, I don't know. But anyways, his heart was always in the best place. Things you don't know about Duck completely, he always harassed me. I don't know why. Back in the early days of the high school, we had a lot of students and a lot of portables out back. And I would have a classroom out back, and Duck always found a way to get the portable right next to me. And I'd be in the middle of class one day, and all of a sudden the door would swing open, and Duck would come marching through, and then he'd bring his entire class through the classroom. Just anything to harass me. Bruce Wager at one time was the principal at the high school, and Bruce Wager called me up to the front office and said there was a present that had arrived. I went to the office to see what it was, and you have to picture this now. It was a gigantic red Christmas stocking in the front office. Think about that. I could tell you a million stories, but the most important thing I want you to know and I want you to remember is that he loved the athletes of the high school. He cared about them. He wanted them to excel. He wanted them to be healthy. He wanted them to recover from any injuries. And he's still at the high school all the time, from what I understand. And in my opinion, he's probably one of the best trainers that ever worked in Broward County. So it's my privilege, my honor, to welcome him to this wonderful occasion, by the way. I think it's fantastic. You guys did a great job. And welcome, Dr. Duck. Thank you.
As Terry said, I'm not a baseball coach, and you better believe I did not play baseball when I was in high school. But I want to thank the organization for inviting me here tonight. When Anthony first called me up to tell me about it, I figured it'd be maybe 8 or 10 baseball players here and maybe, 10 or 20 parents. I just can't believe this, but I can't believe it, but yet I can. Because all the years that I was at Deerfield, I know baseball had probably one of the strongest supports from their parents. When I worked there, As Terry said, I spent 15 years at Deerfield Beach High School and 13 years at Coral Springs High School. And I honestly believe that I work for two of the greatest athletic directors that it was possible for me. When I was at Deerfield, I worked for Bill Weigel, or not for, but with him. And when I came to Coral Springs High School after Clemson, I worked for Jim Caldwell. And both of those athletic directors, when I would go up to them and say, Coach, I'd like to get a case of this type of tape. And both of them would tell me to go down to Webster's in Fort Lauderdale and not get one box, but get 3 or 4. And I think both of those athletic directors would let me get just about anything I want because they know I would use it. And that just made my job so much easier. I don't know, I just would like to do something a little different, but could just take a second. Could everybody that I was athletic director for, just please, athletic trainer for, just please stand up real quick? I've seen so many of you and everything like that. And believe me, the claps are for these guys, not me. I'll tell you a little Luke Kirk story. Coral Springs High School was playing down at Nova quite a few years ago for the spring tournament. They would always have a spring tournament. And one time we were playing down there, we were due to play the next game. And of course I stopped by the concession stand, definitely, because I wanted to, get my support there. But I saw Brian, and this was shortly after he was down at Nova, and he was sitting there talking with his kids and everything like that, because it was the seniors were, or the varsity was playing, so the seniors had to do all the work, drag the bases around and rake the infield and everything. And we just got talking, and I had on all my Coral Springs paraphernalia, and of course, Brian was there at Nova, and we got talking and everything like that, and some of his players came over, and then Brian took me over to where his team of JVs were sitting, and he introduced me and everything like that, and I just told the kids, and I guess it's still obvious today, if they put in 50% of the effort that Brian Lukirk did when he played athletics, I predicted they would be winners, and I'm sure they probably were, but I'll never forget that. And then a story about his sister playing softball. Played JV baseball her freshman year. Played JV baseball her sophomore year. And guess what? She played second base. And I don't know if that was to make Brian work harder or what, but one day at a softball game down at Springs, Julie was playing softball. I guess it might have been her senior year, but we were playing some team from, I believe it was from on first and second outs. The opposing team was up. That filled the bases. Hooper was up. I guess there were 2 outs. any of you know baseball or softball, guess what happened? Julie hit a grand slam, and we ended up winning the game by 1 run. And I just thought to myself, what a way to go. But these were the kind of things that I got into contact with being the trainer. There's so many different stories I can tell. I got to tell a real quickie about a guy that's not here, and he was mentioned, and he's is probably being an inductee in the very near future. Dave Berger. How many people here know Dave? Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what I'm talking about. We were playing Nova High School at Nova, or no, I'm sorry, Western. Coach Bellis was the baseball coach at the time. They went down early to start the baseball game, and after I finished with my teaching, I drove down to Western. Bases are loaded for Western. I said to Frank, what the heck is, I didn't say what the heck, but what the heck is going on? I said, how'd that guy get on third? Berger hit him. I said, how about the guy on second? Berger hit him. So help me God, this is a true story too. I said, how'd the guy get on first, just for the heck of it? He said, Berger hit him. I said, Frank, this kid hit 3 out of 3, the first 3 batters in the game, and the umpire didn't throw him out. And David had such a dang curveball and everything like that. The guy that came up fourth was afraid to get into the batter's box because everybody was getting hit, and he wasn't throwing it out on purpose and everything like that. But these were just stories that Coach Slim said to me about being the interest with the kids and everything like that. And just, being there again for the occasion. David is now in a hotel manager up in South Carolina. And he wants me to come up there. He said he'd fix me up with a room and all that. And just being able to talk to him on the phone, it just brings back so many good memories. There's probably a story I could tell about every one of the athletes that stood up, the Taylors, the everybody's, and it made my growing up. I was athletic trainer for 27 of my 31 years that I taught because I started out at the junior high. For letting me have the privilege of working. End up Mr. Uteriello over there. As I've said that Anthony owns all the stores. The name of the school. Anthony had like 6 stolen bases that game, and I told the guy that Anthony was like Lou Gehrig. The story goes around about Lou Gehrig. He'd get on first base. He stole second. He stole third. And the one coach said to the other coach, he said, "Hey, take a chance on getting him at home. Don't worry about second or third." And that was my friend Anthony over there. And I say friend because these kids are all my friends. I just love seeing them. There's so many stories I can tell, and I know everybody is waiting, for me to tell a Coach Dunn joke. So believe it or not, Coach Dunn at one time had you maybe remember it. he had a convertible, a little sports convertible, TR6. I don't know what that means, but it was a small convertible. And Coach Dunn always used to leave the hood, not the hood, but the top down. He would leave All right, now you're starting to sound like my math class. Somebody asked me one time why Coach Dunn always left the top down. I says, well, it's obvious. I said, if he has the top down, he can get into the convertible a lot easier just by stepping over the door instead of trying to push himself through the middle. And you need your wrist hazed? Huh? Thank you very much. And I'm not done yet, but my last story is about me. When I retired, my son and daughter had a surprise retirement party for me. And everybody was up there telling stories about me and everything like that. And I got up to give my speech, and they had passed it around in the audience there that when I got up, they were all going to walk out to the bar. So they started to do that, and I yelled, hey, you go out to the bar, I'll get you out there one by one. I won't do it tonight. Thank you.
Okay, our next inductee unfortunately couldn't be here tonight, but please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame 2019 inductee, Vinnie Baratieri. Speaking on his behalf is Dave Taylor, and his parents will be accepting his award at the end.
Third time. I guess I know a lot of people in this room. Take you back to the summer of 1985. Going into my junior year, we're loaded. We got Bloom, we got Underhill, we got Vizzi. I mean, we're just loaded. And my dad was right there, Coach Taylor. He coached our fall team. It was sponsored by Sports Den, and that was kind of our way around the rules because you couldn't play fall ball back then. You know, high school rules wouldn't allow fall. So my dad was coaching our fall team, practicing at Mullins Park, and we're getting out, get the bucket, get this, it's right. And we look over at Mullins Park, and there's this freak of a kid on the field just hitting every ball over the light tower. My dad immediately says, hey, go over and find out what grade that kid's in. I said, okay. And find out where he lives. Okay, Dad. See if he's going to go to Coral Springs. All right. So I go over. I asked the kid, hey, man, you guys almost done? He goes, yeah, a couple more. And this kid continues to bash baseballs out of the park. And I go, hey, what grade are you in? He goes, I'm in 8th grade. I said, you're going into 9th grade? And he goes, yeah. And when I tell you 6'1", 200 pounds of solid muscle in the 8th grade. And so I look back at my dad, and he tells me where he lives, and I knew he would be going to Coral Springs High School. So I look at my dad, I give him the thumbs up. And so my dad goes over and talks to this kid, convinces him to come play on our winter ball or fall ball team, and that was Vinnie. I met Vinnie for the first time that day at that park, and he was the most toolsy kid at the time. And so, a lot of us that played coach baseball and been around pro baseball and scouts and college guys, when you talk about toolsy guys that can run, guys that can throw, guys that can hit for average, hit for power. Back in those days, Vinnie Baratieri was that guy. And we talked about it at breakfast this morning that if Vinnie played today, he'd be a first rounder. There ain't no doubt about it. He was a sub 760 through 90 across the diamond. Could hit for average, could hit for power. He could do it all. He was a freak. And after that fall, he played for my dad. We all did. And he became our starting shortstop his freshman year and never relinquished it. Bloom had to go to third. We talked about that this morning. And Bloom was the best third baseman ever, in my opinion. So, anyway, Vinnie and I have been friends since that day, and we're still close friends today. I have the pleasure of running his business down here in South Florida, and we talk daily. And I honestly, I've seen a lot. I've coached a lot of kids. Fitz and I have coached a lot of kids. Coach Copp and I have coached a lot of kids, big leaguers. My son got to play with Lewis briefly when he was on JV at Coral Springs High School. I've seen a lot of kids make it to that next level. Pro ball, Division I. Vinnie Baratieri was the best baseball player I ever saw. No question. Did he get me killed when I was playing first base and he'd throw it up the line? And yeah, he'd throw it 90 and I'd go get it in the line and I'd get trucked. Yeah, okay. Vinnie pissed us off a lot. You know, all the guys that know him, you know, he had a way of getting under your skin occasionally. But when it came to hitting a baseball, from the time we played high school together, from the time we played in the men's league together, he was the best hitter I ever saw. Colton Welker was a close second, right, Coach? And I saw LB play, and it was like a whole nother level. That's too new. But Vinnie was the best baseball player all around. He could play anywhere he wanted to. Shortstop, third base. We put him on the mound one time. I think he was throwing 90 plus. We were like, is there anything you can't do? And Vinnie was just kind of a matter of fact, pretty humble kid. Never really, you know, he was a great kid, and he's a great man today. He's a great father, great husband, and he is one of my closest friends, and we've been friends since that day that my dad made me get out of the car and go find out who this kid is, where he's zoned for, and what grade he's in. And I'll tell you a quick story. We played in the men's league for years. College, we played in the men's league. And playing for aluminum bat. Vinnie hits two balls absolutely crushed. I never seen two balls hit for 400 plus feet, easy. So we thought it'd be cool to hide his bat. So we stole his bat. He was just on a tear. Like it was unbelievable, this kid, the way he could hit. So we hit his bat. And he's going crazy. He's pissed at all of us. He wants to beat everybody up. And so we gave him this old wood bat that had nails in it, tape around the handle. It was an old BP, like an Adirondack, piece of junk wood bat. It's Vinnie. So what if Vinnie proceeds, he's mad. When Vinnie got mad, we can all attest to that. When Vinnie got mad, it was no joke. So Vinnie's pissed at all of us. He gets up and hits a home run significantly further than he did with the two aluminum bats with this crappy wood bat. To this 20. Vinnie was well ahead of his time. Back when he was a sophomore, junior, senior in high school, he was a special talent. And without further ado, please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame, 2019 inductee, Vinnie Baratieri. Accepting his award on his behalf is his father, Harry Baratieri.
I'll just say something quick. There's something in DNA, and it isn't mine. My wife, I'm married 61 years to his mother, Janice. We just had our 61st anniversary. And Vinnie, from the first day he ever played ball, I didn't even know he was going to the field because I never played ball. But his coach and Erwin Steinberg can verify this. They said, Mr. Baratieri, you can't hit a baseball with a snow shovel. And I said, that's true, because I never played. But Vinnie was a phenom, and he played college ball. He played semi-pro ball. He played with was it Jose Canseco and Alex Rodriguez and J.D. Drew, and they always said, where did this kid come from? But from the day that Dave saw him as an 8th grader, everybody said, where did this kid come from? The scouts knew him, and the scouts used to say to me, who did he end up playing for? And I said he didn't, and they always blamed me. Thank you, Lord. But before I quit, I was known for being very loud in the stands. But that's when they said, Mr. Baratieri, will you please be quiet? You make more noise than everybody up there in the stands. And I don't know if Vinnie loves me today. He tells me every day, I love you, Dad. You know, thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to the next, please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame 2019 inductee, David Copp. I'll be speaking on Dave's half. This one's tough for me. Dave didn't really want anybody to speak on his behalf. He's a very quiet, humble guy. Doesn't like the limelight at all. But when he was on the field, though, it was a different story. Dave was by far the toughest competitor I've ever been around on the mound. But when the game was over, it was done. No matter what, it was a win or a loss. He was just tough as nails. I'm more proud about Dave beyond his high school career. Dave signed a scholarship to go to Clemson University, spent 3 years there, was drafted in the 2nd round by the St. Louis Cardinals, 44th pick overall, spent a couple seasons with St. Louis, the Detroit Tigers, finished his career with the Long Island Ducks, and we had many conversations over the years about giving it another shot, giving it another shot, giving it another shot. And Dave ultimately said he wanted to go back to school and finish up. And Dave went back to school, finished his degree at Clemson, wound up becoming a GA, helped Clemson to their ACC championship that year, and rewarded for his efforts. Dave was awarded a position at Florida Southern as a pitching coach. And in 1 year, he turned that program around as the #1 pitching staff in the entire state of Florida, and has now moved on to FAU as their pitching coach. And I've been there along the way with Dave at all 3 of his stops. I've talked to Dave countless times over the years. I remember him and I taking a trip to Target one day to try and get rid of the mojo we had that 1 year, getting a little Buddha. And I consider Dave a good close friend. You know, he's got statistics, he's got everything, but I'm most proud about Dave, about what he's accomplished beyond, and he started his career in coaching as well at the next level, and if he so chooses, he can probably be coaching at the next level in the major leagues at some point in time. It's my honor, it's my privilege. Also, his parents have been along that step every single step of the way. They've gone to Clemson games numerous times. They travel to Florida Southern. They've traveled now. They stay at FAU. Every time I go to a game, I can always sit next to the 2 of them, and I know what's going on before I even get there. And Paul had the opportunity last year to throw out the first pitch at an FAU game. I was there present for that. He came to the field and warmed up a few days just to get in shape for it. But he's got a great support system. They've all been there along the way. And again, it's my privilege and honor to welcome the next member of the Colts Hall of Fame, David Copp.
I am a college baseball coach currently, and what I can tell you is I'm very efficient with my time. So when I saw that there was 20 plus people that had to speak with 20 plus presenters, I said, just hurry it up. You could pass me up. It doesn't matter. Let's save time. Also, the World Series game is on too, so I'm trying to catch that by the time we get home. It's 4-1 Astros, I think, currently. In case anybody wanted to know. But go Marlins, right, LB? I didn't have anything planned, to be honest, so I'm just going to thank a couple people. Anthony, wherever Anthony is, awesome event. Thank you very much. Glad to be a part of it. Coach Fetterman, thank you not just for helping put this together too, but many times that I've called you and needed a bullpen catcher playing through my career. So I appreciate you and everything you've done for me. Coach Bellis, thank you for allowing me to perform in your program. And I thank Coach Bellis too, because that as a baseball coach, you always want to help players get better, but you also want to make sure that you don't mess them up. So I thank you for not messing me up and allowing me to be myself and perform to my best ability. Gary Bobshover, thanks for fixing my back a few times. I appreciate that. I actually have 2 herniated discs on my right side, so I appreciate that. My teammates, none of them are here tonight, but I do without them. I'm never me. I also want to thank the guys. It sounds like there were some really awesome times that have happened before I came through the program, so without you guys laying the foundation, there would never be the opportunity for guys like myself and the rest of the guys to come. So I appreciate everybody here that has come and spoke and shared some cool stories. Lastly, I'd like to thank my family. I do have a few stats, as Coach Fetterman announced, but I think the best stat for me is I undoubtedly have the best mom, the best dad, and the best sister that anybody can ask for. So thank you for being my #1 fans and my support staff from day one. Sometimes I do have to kick them out of my office because they are there a lot at FAU, but it is cool that throughout my career that I've traveled, they wouldn't get the opportunity to see me as much, but now I'm back home in my backyard and they get to watch every game. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. I love you, and thank you guys.
All right, our next inductee, I unfortunately have not been able to see since 1992. Got a chance to reminisce a little bit earlier. Just a quick story. He used to like to intimidate us when we'd show up at the field, and he'd roll his shirt sleeves up and he'd throw the ball from foul pole to foul pole to impress everybody that he had a hose on him, which we all knew. And our goal going into the games were delay, steal, delay, steal, delay, steal. And that still didn't work because Mark still threw you out from his knees. But please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame 2019 inductee, Mark Williams, presenting on his behalf, Charlie Steinberg.
All right, well, with Mark, it gets a little easy because, as most people don't know, I never really was a catcher. I became a catcher because Mark left. And Frank said to me, hey, we need a catcher. And I said, okay. And the reason why I became a halfway decent catcher was because I had the Rick Taylors when I was 14, and the Dave Taylors when I was 13, and the Dave Vizzis when I was 14, and the Todd Fitzgeralds, and they used to say, listen, fat ass, get back there and catch it. We don't want to hear nothing. You're catching us. And there was no, I'm scared that couldn't happen. So that's how I became a catcher. But as far as Marcus, I don't know to this day, like people have just said recently, 30 years later, there's guys, scouts that still say, we've never seen a guy who could throw from behind the plate like Mark. And I don't know anybody here. Maybe they have. I haven't seen one. It was a thing of, not only was it a thing of beauty to see, but to, I mean, that's the way the ball would go. For most of the people, the more he yelled at you, the better chance he liked. Well, I'll just give you a quick story. Mark was his senior year. He had 40. The team was following the cross-checkers. But there was nobody around this particular day. We were playing the scrimmage game. Mark hits a pop fly. He doesn't run the ball out. My dad tells him, take your effing stuff and get out of here and don't come back until you're ready to play baseball. Well, the next day, Mark was sitting right next to him, and they were best of friends. Mark never made that mistake again. He was also a very highly ranked catcher. I ever seen more scouts in my life. No one throughout 4 that Mark did, because some of them don't even sound believable. He made it look so easy. And would whip one back at you. Pitcher would, oh man. And me playing. And like Fetterman said, we outfield, and Mark would want it to show around during that. Well, that you thought you were catching from but it was prepared me as far as I can attest to this, James. Watch Mark play. On and on. Thinking back to that, but he did it, and they won the game, and Mark did everything you asked of him to do, and he was a hard-nosed player, and I'm glad to say that I was able to have the chance to play with him. And nobody deserves it more, because you are that ever played at this school, and there'll never be another one like you. So, congratulations. Welcome to Mark.
On the varsity team, all as a starter. Lucky enough to do that. I had Erwin Steinberg when I moved down to Coral Springs from Indiana, the age of 15. yeah, you looked after me. You saw me play one time, Mullins Park, and yeah, you talked to the right people for me. And my career was set from there. Because you never left me. Your oldest had graduated by the time I was a senior, and Charlie was a year behind me. But I appreciate that, Erwin. You were always there. You were always talking to people, promoting me. Just to better my career. Your oldest son. You're a senior, I'm a freshman coming in as a catcher. Yeah, you could have caught that year. But that team decided to let me catch and gave me that opportunity. Gave me the experience everybody talks about, and all 4 years it helped me out. I always wanted to be a pro baseball player. That's where I worked at. There's a lot of stories. I know it's late. I know my kids want to get to the pool here, so. But it's wonderful seeing everybody here. Dave Taylor, man, boy. Yeah, Coach Bonner, I remember you. Yeah, you were never my coach, but I remember playing against you. Yeah. Brian Luker, you had some good stories. Yeah, what a great thing you have going on here. Family, yeah, it's family. This is definitely family. Coach Von Bellis, thanks for picking up the pieces after my first 3 years, stepping in my senior year. Coach Dunn, yeah, great to see you. Great to see you. You were a football coach, but yeah, boy, I could go on and on, but I won't. So, but yeah, absolutely. Mom, Dad, Eric, Abby, Ryan, Blake, keep working hard. Yeah, chase your dreams. Yeah. So, thank you.
Okay, please join me in welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame 2019 inductee, Jeff Hirsch. Speaking on his behalf, once again, Don Wick.
Thank you once again. And I had 3 other young men that were supposed to be here tonight that played later. And the reason I am saying that was because there's a statistic that I'm not going to go into statistics, but in 1982, we beat Deerfield in 10 innings at Pompano Beach Stadium to win the district championship. Excuse me. That was the first district championship at Coral Springs High School. And we also scored 222 runs that year. And the next year, 83, is when Spitali, who was All-American Player of the Year in the United States of America, we stole the 127 bases out of 131 attempts. So just a couple little things. Now, as far as Jeff was an incredible, talented young man, 6'4" when he came to me, and I used to make Jeff step down in front of the rubber, and I got up on top of the rubber because I couldn't reach to grab him and squeeze him. And I also did that to Gary from time to time. But anyway, Jeff pitched a no-hitter at Coral Springs High School. To my knowledge, it was the first one ever pitched in Coral Springs history. Of course, we're talking back in 81, 80, long time ago, for a lot of you younger guys, excuse me, were even around. But that's where the tradition came from. Some of the accolades Jeff had was known as Mr. Forkball. He was the first kid I ever saw throw a forkball in my life. I didn't teach it to him, and neither did our pitching coach, but Carl Spitali. But Jeff was unique in the fact that he had a nickname, and his nickname was the Bird, because his hero was he ate dirt. We go, and he'd always carry a 5-gallon clay with him. Always, because the took care of their positions. Jeff was especially unique in taking care of the mound and things that he used to do. He licked the baseball from time to time. The umpire wasn't watching. But anyway, when Jeff left me, he was all county. He was all everything in high school. Was a great pitcher. He went to Georgia on a full ride, and Jeff was quite a basketball player. He lettered in 2 sports at Coral Springs, basketball and baseball. And he liked the gym more than he liked the baseball field at Georgia. And he ended up spraining his ankle, and they told him that was enough. So he came back and went to Broward. He played with Steve Rosenberg and Gary Bobshover of BCC. After that, he went on to UCLA and became their closer. And used to have an East-West game with University of Miami, and I saw Jeff pitch and save several games there. His professional career went on from there when he was drafted by the Cubs, and he had several up-and-down careers. Some of the quick stats was he was mainly a setup man in the pack, but it was times that he was their main closer, and that's what he did. And the forkball was his big out pitch. Also, one other couple. He was in 1985. He was the Rolaids Relief Award winner with 15 saves and a 1.95 ERA in the New York Penn League. So he had an up and down career in professional baseball, but was an outstanding athlete as well. Unfortunately, like so many pitchers, young man David Copp knows, arm injuries are our biggest enemy. So without further ado, I'd like to present Jeff Hirsch, 2019 Hall of Fame. Jeff.
Well, thanks, guys. It's an honor to be here. So many people that I didn't know before. Just real quick, I'd like to thank Coach Wick for teaching me to play the right game, the game the right way. My teammates, a couple of here, able to trick with 5.
Okay, I'm just going to go over a couple people that could not be in attendance this evening. Also members of the 2019 inductee class, Ben Spitali, Mark Copp, Steve Rosenberg, Ron Vara, and Max Lazar. Speaking on Max's behalf is Coach Tim Luca, and his father's here in attendance as well.
And with apologies to David, graduated. As a pitching coach, the thing you want the most is for a guy to throw strikes, right? That's step one. My 15 years here at Coral Springs, no one's done it better. At one point, 56. every 7 innings pitched.
I'll say this about Max. He had to, not unfortunately, but he was had to return to Arizona. He's there for the next couple months with the Brewers. So he had already been given his award. We already went over. His dad's here tonight. Just came here from the football game. So congratulations to Max. The next two are surprises. I promise you it'll be brief. Probably a hard secret for me to keep. I work with this guy every single day. He sits right next to me at his desk, and we talk constantly in the classroom. He's at everything. He's coached baseball, he's coached football, he's coached basketball. I don't think there's a sport that he hasn't coached. If I told him that he was going to be receiving this award this evening, he probably would not have shown up and been at the football game instead announcing that. But he is a close friend of mine. I could go on and on and on about the things he does at the school. He is there sometimes 3 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. But he is there for our kids, whatever sport they're playing, 100% of the time. So it's my pleasure in joining and welcoming the newest member of the Colts Baseball Hall of Fame, class of 2019, inductee, Coach Howard Coton.
Fetterman just said that really was a surprise induction. Like Brian and like Frank and like Terry, people, I came to Coral Springs in 1997 not knowing anybody. And I had coached baseball for probably 15 years prior to that. And I was just amazed at the baseball tradition here. I've been here in 97, maybe coached a lot of the guys on this half of the room, but not only the tradition, but the support, the loyalty that you, the parents, had, and the tradition and the grittiness of our baseball players and our athletes is like no place I've ever been. I've coached in about 5 or 6 different states, and I've never seen, again, baseball tradition like this. So, who I think was the freshman coach when I got here in 97, and to Coach Bellis, who I coached many years with, and great friends with Coach Simaluka and Coach Fetterman. Really enjoyed it. Some of the hardest working guys I've ever been around. And again, it's the greatest sport in the world. Real surprise for me. I thank everybody for that. And again, everybody have a good rest of the year, holiday season. Thanks for coming. Have a good night. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to let Anthony present the next one. Anthony?
All right, we're almost done. 2 more left, 2 more speakers, and then we're out of here. All right, this next guy, I've known for 27 years. I'm just going to start the speech, and then I'm going to turn it over to one of his buddies to take care of the baseball end of things. What I'm here to talk about with this guy is the person that he is. All right, because this is a family in this room, and this guy, as you can see, he's presented 3 or 4 or 5 guys already. He could have done mine. He could have done a couple of the other ones. He's as much a part of this program as anybody in the room. And so I have one story about him. I spoke about how he coached me in high school, and the job of a coach is to inspire your players. The job of a coach is to get them through their high school years. The job of a coach is, when it comes to an end, to pick those players up and let them know everything's going to be okay, that their life's going to be okay, and that everything's good. So the story I have to tell actually involves Coach Fetterman, unfortunately, also. We're playing against them in districts our senior year, and Coach Fetterman hits a leadoff triple in the 7th inning. We were the underdog, but we had played a good game. He hits a triple in the 7th inning, and then the next batter hits a sacrifice fly to left field. And I remember just dropping to the ground. I remember just feeling like, damn, this is it, man. My high school career's over. And, you know, the sinking feeling you get at that point, you know, most of us here have felt it. And this guy was my outfield coach. So, you know, he came out, and I remember he picked me up off the ground, and he said, Anthony, it hurts right now. And I remember these words, you know, Anthony, it hurts right now, but you just took your first step towards being a man. I remember him saying to me. And then he said something that rings true to me today. He said, if this is the worst feeling you'll ever have in your life, you're going to look back and say you had a pretty good life. And it's the truth. I mean, it rings today, and you know, when I coached, I tried to bring that same thing to the players that I coached, and he's just been a tremendous inspiration for me throughout my entire life. I'm going to bring up Dave Vizzi. He's going to talk about the baseball end, and I'm sure he's got a friendship end, but Dave Taylor is going to be the inductee.
Before I start, Elliot, now I know why you wear the glasses. Maybe you've been keeping your eyes closed for the last 2 hours. I see what you do. So, before I start with Dave, there's a little bit about Dave that some of you may not know. You hear some great things about what he did. But before Dave Taylor, you know, I used to look in the record books. I used to look at the, you know, everything we get, these baseball yearbooks. And I remember seeing Jeff Hirsch's name, Gary Bobshover. Where's Harley? He's sleeping too? He probably left. All these guys that played before us, you guys, I didn't know you, but you paved the way for something so great, and you don't even realize it. And I'm going to share a little bit with you what you did and where we are today. And it also starts with Coach Wick. Where's Coach Wick? I didn't have the pleasure of playing for you. I wish I did. But just a quick thing. So one time I remember as a freshman, I saw Coach Wick in the hallway. And I said, hey, Coach, when's baseball tryouts? He goes, what grade are you in? I said, I'm a freshman. He goes, and he said at that point, oh, tryouts already passed. I said, it's December. You haven't given any freshmen any chance. So I didn't get an opportunity. But all those guys paved something great for where we are today. As a school, as a program, as individuals, it's been a long night. But this is really special. Dave Taylor has played such a major part in a lot of the people's lives. There was a story, Dave's name came up a lot of times, and not more than Irwin. Of course, not Irwin. But, you know, Dave's name was coming up. And Dave, something that a lot of you didn't know, Dave battled diabetes as a kid when we were playing high school baseball. Things that nobody knew that he was dealing with. And he had his ups and downs so many days, you never knew it. Man, he's just moody. He's a jerk. He's this, he's that. But Dave meant the best for everybody. He was always looking out at us, looking out for the team. It wasn't about Dave. It was about the team and how we could win. And that was something that was instilled by his mom and dad. And Mrs. Taylor used to always tell me, watch out for him. Make sure you watch out for Dave. If he needs his orange juice, you know, whatever it was. But I took a lot of pride in that. And it paved the way for so many great things of where we are today. Dave's dealt with a lot of challenges. That we've all had challenges in our life. And it depends on what you do with that and where you go with it and the impact you make on someone else's life. And Dave has made such a huge impact, not just on mine, but on so many more people that you don't even realize, man. That day when you came, and he got the story all screwed up. So the day that he came, I didn't think I made the team, and I needed spikes, and I didn't have them, so I went to work. I worked at this bagel place called I Love Bagels. You guys probably know where that was at in Holiday Springs. And Dave showed up that Friday after we got done. Coach said, be here tomorrow with spikes. Dave showed up at the bagel joint with Coach Villa. He said, what are you doing, man? You made the team. I said, yeah, I don't have spikes. And he said, I've got them for you. Come on. So a little time after that, I wound up going back to the school, and Dave and I became best friends. Dave instilled something in me that helped me get to where we are today. If it wasn't for baseball, I wouldn't be here tonight. That's number one. Secondly, I would have never gotten the education I did by going to college because of baseball. I got to instill something so special in my son that he's done something so great with baseball to help other kids with cancer. It's not about him, it's what he could do for others. But who started that? It was him. Without him being there that day to give me those shoes and to be there for me, he wouldn't have been able to save so many kids today that are battling cancer. Dave, you've made such a huge impact in this community, in this world, that you have no idea. Continue doing what you're doing. We love you. There isn't a more deserving person in this room. You've made an impact on so many of us. I love you for that. You weren't just a great, teammate. You were a great friend. We have a lot of memories together. You're still an asshole, as we always said to each other, right? My brother Tony loved that one. You guys are such grammatically wrong, man, with all that. It doesn't make a difference. But at the end of the day, I loved him. He loved me. He loved every one of his teammates. And most importantly, he loved his family. And he looked up to his brother so much. And I know a lot of you guys in here looked up to Dave. Yeah, we could say a lot of things that we all did wrong back then. But look at the impact this guy had on so many lives. And again, I can't thank you enough for helping me be where I am today and helping me have such a wonderful family. Thank you, Dave.
I'll try to keep this short. I wasn't expecting this. I wasn't going to be here tonight. My 10-year-old is playing in the Perfect Game World Series up in Sanford for his 11U team, and it's my kid. He's a baseball player, and I love him. And I thought, and I asked my brother, and my brother really wanted me to be here. But anybody that knows Rick's like, whatever. But when you get threatened by two Italian guys, Dave Vizzi and Anthony Uteriello, and they won't tell you why you have to be here, so you take it seriously. You don't take those threats lightly. But those are some kind words, and I could go around the room, and people in this room have had an effect on me, and I hope I've had an effect on some of these people in the room. I know that some of you guys are my teammates. Coach Dunn was my football coach. I played strong safety for him and played baseball. Gary Bobshover, he was my pitching coach when I was 14 years old in the Southern Regional Tournament for a senior league, and you couldn't call pitches from the dugout back then. So he said he went out and sat in the stands and got incognito and was telling me what to throw against, some team from Texas. He taught me how to throw a curveball the right way. I could go on and on. Lube Kurt, I had the pleasure of coaching Lube Kurt. I've crossed paths with David when he was a coach at Florida Southern and at FAU. LB, like I said, my older son got an opportunity to be a bullpen catcher for district tournament, I think, your senior year, and Sharkey. There's some kind of connection. Sometimes I feel like Kevin Bacon when I'm in this room. There's a connection everywhere. Max Lazar, I've known Max since he was a kid. Tremendous pitcher. A couple of people that I really want to thank. Coach Fitz. He's been my dude since I started coaching with him at Douglas. I got to Douglas in 2014, right after where's Carpo? I coached with Carpo at Coral Springs Christian We coached Tukey and Benito, and we had guys up and down. When I got to Douglas High School with Coach Fitz, and me and Coach Fitz go back from the time he was about 11, I was 13. And he said, I'm going to get you one of these. As a coach, Brian will tell you, all you guys that have coached high school baseball, this is what it's all about. Winning a state championship, and we were fortunate enough to win a national championship in 2016. And Coach Fitz has always been in my corner. He looked out for me. Dave was out of town. That was the guy that looked out for my diabetes when Dave wasn't around. So I got my two guys. They always looked out for my blood sugar. I always knew when, if I was grumpy or if I was swinging and missing on fungos, right, Fitz? Or slobbering all over the locker room. Get him some orange juice, get him a Snickers bar, and then I was back out there hitting fungos, throwing BP. But I hope that in Anthony Uteriello, I remember coaching this kid, and he was awesome. And then the kind words that he said about me, and that he remembers that 25 years later, it brings joy to my heart. And guys like Charlie, I coached Charlie. I could go around the home. Kerr, Mark Williams, I had the pleasure of coaching a lot of these people in this room and coaching with people in this room. But I learned what I learned about being a coach from a lot of people. Steve Copp, I still teach his pitching mechanic toolbox, right? Matt Cleveland, who's not here, he's at University of Miami now. He was at Coral Springs Christian with us. Coach Fitzgerald, Vaughn Sturzbach, Gary Bobshover, my brother. I could stand up here all night. But most of all, huh? No, I'm not. Most of all, that guy right there, my dad. Anytime there was never a day when my brother and I would ask my dad, hey, can we go hit? My dad would throw BP. The worst BP on the planet. He'd run it inside on you. He'd throw cutters all the time. He didn't know how to throw a straight ball. But he did it. And I remember being 8, 9 years old and him throwing short pop-ups to me and having me dive for him. And my mom never missed a game, ever. She came to my junior college games. The best parents ever. And my big brother, I already told you, he's my hero, so we're not going to get into that. But those two people right there have done, they're responsible for everything from the beginning. My mom never missed, when I tell you never missed a game, she would feel so bad if she had to go to like my brother's game and miss my game and vice versa. And then, of course, Dad, if you guys remember, was the announcer of our baseball games. He helped build the clubhouse with Harry Baratieri that blew over in the hurricane. So I thank you. This was a surprise, and I'm glad that you guys think enough of me to present me with this award. And I appreciate Coral Springs High School, Anthony, Mike, all you guys, Gary, for putting this on. This is more than what I expected as an event, and I greatly appreciate it. And God bless everybody, and thank you, and have a great night. Thank you.
All right, we're going to pretty much wrap this up. I'm going to say a couple words, and then Coach Fetterman is going to wrap up the night. The last thing that we're going to do, actually the last inductee that we're going to have tonight, this guy definitely would not have allowed us to do this if he knew we were going to do this. So this was done kind of behind his back between his coaching staff, who all helped us out. As much as we're the history of the program. Everybody sitting in this room is the history of the program, but this guy's leading the program now. This guy's leading us into the future. This guy, you know, anything that we can do to help him out, you know, I'm going to work on that. You know, this is a guy that me and him, he's talked before about how we go back to our senior year, basically our junior and senior years. We were rivals. He was center field, I was center field. We both were runners. And to be dead honest, he was a better ball player than me. I mean, he could hit for power. He had speed. He did everything on it. He was just the ultimate rival. He was a competitor. And, you know, I think for years, you know, as you get older, you create those rivalries in high school, and then you keep them throughout your life. And then, you know, we coached together, and there was still a chippiness when we were coaching together. And there's always, you know, there was always that me versus him attitude that we had. And, you know, it came to a head a couple years ago where we didn't speak. I wasn't very much a part of the Coral Springs program. And then last summer we got together and, you know, we decided it was 30 years. You know, it's enough. It was competitors, and the respect that I've always had for him has been tremendous. He deserves to be up here more than anybody almost in this room. He's been here, I believe, 19 years, since 2001. He's been coaching at Coral Springs. So he's seen from 2001 on, and I'm going to let Coach Simaluka kind of induct him, but I do want to say that, Mike, you're not a Creek Dog anymore, man. You're a Colt.
And yes, starting in the spring, you know, 2 decades. This guy has given basically 20 years of his life to this program here at Coral Springs. The first 15 of them as Coach Bellis's most trusted assistant, and this will be his 5th year running the program and leading us into the future. This day and age of specializing, I know during his time here, Coach Fetterman has overseen the hitters, the infielders, the outfielders, the catchers, and even the pitchers, you know, when he's needed to chip in as well. In his first 4 years as the head coach of the program, he has led the Colts to the regionals 3 times. And as some of his former players and current player will attest to, the question I get the most about Coach Fetterman is this: man, why is this guy always so tough on us? My answer is always the same, and it's pretty simple. I didn't grow up down here. I didn't have the pleasure of seeing Coach Fetterman play in high school, just in some leagues after he was done with college. But a lot of people who are in this room that their opinions I respect have told me wasn't always the fastest, wasn't always the biggest, didn't always throw hardest, but rarely, if ever, did he get outworked. He's a guy who gave 110% every time he stepped between the lines, so he'll be damned if he expects anything less than that from you. And all of his players can attest to that. He is demanding, but he is also extremely fair. And as some of the coaches in the area will tell you, very rare, if ever, that you will see a team that this man leads not play hard and not be extremely well prepared. As I mentioned during Coach Bellis's induction, someone gave me the opportunity to come here to Coral Springs 15 years ago. That was Coach Fetterman. So I thank him for that, not only for the great moments we've had on the field, but more importantly, our wonderful friendship off of it. And with that, I'm extremely proud and honored to welcome Coach Michael Fetterman into the Coral Springs Baseball Hall of Fame.
Okay, well, I'm usually not lost for words. I haven't been got like that since my wife surprised me for my 30th birthday last year. That didn't go over well? This isn't about me. It's never been about me, and I know that the coaches in front of me, that coach, Todd, Brian, it's not about us. It's about the kids that we coach. We're just trying to get them on to the next level. You know, obviously it's about wins and losses in the end, but for me, the wins and losses are great, but it's the next step for these kids in life, moving on to, for most of them, the chances of playing, besides those of you around me this evening. I've learned a lot of things tonight that I did not know, so I do need to get with Mr. Irwin Steinberg about recruiting, because apparently you had the line, just don't tell Todd about it. But for me, it's never been about me, and I've never wanted anything to be about me, so I'm going to be really brief. It's about the kids that we've all been in touch with through our whole careers, whether it be Dave, Anthony, Frank, any of the guys that are in here. I'm just, you know, as I talked about Dave, it was hard for me because, yes, he was a great competitor on the field, and he excelled in the classroom, but my greatest thing is that he's now on the other end giving back and doing the same thing that I get the chance to do every day. I've got the greatest job in the world. I teach PE. I coach baseball after school. It can't be any better than that. So, again, to all the other inductees tonight, congratulations to yourselves. Anybody that's available tomorrow, 2 o'clock at the field, an alumni game, and if anybody wants to come out and hit some crooked balls at the golf course on Sunday, we'll be there. Again, congratulations to everybody. Appreciate everybody for coming tonight. God bless and have a good night. Well, you all got...